Welcome, panelists and attendees, to the 22nd 9/11 Anniversary Symposium of the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. This year's theme is Joining Forces for 9/11 Truth and Justice. The Lawyers Committee is dedicating today's event to the memory of two major contributors to the 9/11 Truth Movement: Canadian scholar, author, and professor Graham McQueen, and No Lies Radio founder, tech whiz, and activist Alan Rees, for their considerable contribution to the movement. Graham was a professor at McMaster University in Ontario where he led its Peace Studies program. He was an editor for the Journal of 9/11 Studies and organized the Toronto hearings on the 10th anniversary of 9/11. He authored several books, most notably his landmark book titled The 2001 Anthrax Deception: The Case for Domestic Conspiracy. Alan was the indispensable man behind the scenes and humble giant of the 9/11 Truth Movement. A dedicated activist and longtime member of the Northern California 9/11 Truth Alliance, for decades he made his independent live radio show, No Lies Radio, available to all genuine truth seekers, and especially those in the 9/11 movement. He was also the movement's tech whiz, managing server and website where he archived critical movement documentaries. He provided tech support for architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth in California and to A&E's volunteers around the world. He did the live stream for the annual 9/11 Anniversary Film Festival in Oakland, California, which is holding its 19th event tomorrow. In 2008, shortly after NIST finally released its report on World Trade Center 7, Alan interviewed its lead investigator, Cheyenne Sunder, creating a rare historical record of the falsity of the report's official claims, which Architects and Engineers is litigating. Graham and Alan, if you can hear us, you will know you are already very much missed. Now, before we rock and roll, you should know that the Lawyers Committee board members, including Litigation Director Mick Harrison and Treasurer Sue Serpa, are with us today. Second, this event is being recorded. And very important for you, dear attendees, there will be a Q&A after all the presentations. Please submit your questions via chat by clicking the chat icon at the bottom of the Zoom screen to open it. Please try and be as short and sweet as possible and indicate to whom you are addressing your question. We'll get to as many as we can. Now, in keeping with the event's Joining Forces theme, first up today are Lawyers Committee Litigation Director Mick Harrison and Richard Gage of the 9/11 Film Project, here to present part of a segment of a Lawyers Committee and Richard Gage co-production, a film series titled 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom. Richard will be back later in the event to continue the segment as part of his presentation, but for now, these two don't need much background introduction because they are big kahunas in the 9/11 community, but here are the basics about them. Richard is a Lawyers Committee board member and founder of RichardGage911.org. An architect, he is also the founder of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, one of the 9/11 Truth Movement's cornerstone institutions, for which he served as CEO for 15 years. Richard is internationally recognized as a top leader in the movement, spending virtually all his time pushing for a real official investigation into what caused 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers to collapse. He constantly tours and speaks around the world, does weekly TV and radio interviews, as well as hosts his own podcast, Richard Gage 9/11 Unleashed. Check it out. He organizes and hosts online conferences such as 9/11 Con and the 9/11 Truth Film Festival. He's delivered his live multimedia presentation, 9/11 Blueprint for Truth, more than 600 times in dozens of foreign countries and American cities. In his 30-year architectural career, he's worked with most types of building construction, numerous including numerous fireproof steel frame buildings. Mick Harrison is an experienced public interest attorney, and as mentioned before, the Lawyers Committee's litigation director. He's been litigating whistleblower and environmental lawsuits nationwide for almost 30 years, representing citizen groups and whistleblowers in their efforts to expose violations of the law and misconduct by government and corporate officials in the areas of chemical and biological weapons, worker safety, environmental crimes, government contract fraud, torture, the war on terror, and 9/11 attacks. He's also litigated Freedom of Information Act and False Claims Act cases, as well as class action cases for workers' rights. His clients have included the Sierra Club, Greenpeace, Vietnam Veterans Organizations, and the Chemical Weapons Working Group, a national nonprofit. He has also served as co-director of the EPA Watch Program for the Government Accountability Project. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Christina. It is my great pleasure to be featured among the many wonderful speakers here at the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry 2023 Symposium. And my colleague and I, Mick, have worked very hard to film the 9/11 crime scene to courtroom effort in Washington, D.C., and we're in post-edit phase now of the film process. What is this film about? Well, yeah, it's about the evidence that the Lawyers Committee has spent years assembling, 60 exhibits, which have been given to the U.S. Attorney in a petition demanding a new investigation, while inviting the U.S. Attorney, encouraging him, exhorting him to give this to a special grand jury for an investigation. And we are bringing alive those 60 exhibits in the 24 episodes of 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom, a short excerpt of which, the opener, we'll be showing you momentarily. And then a little more from the experts among those many 24 experts that we also are including in this series will be shown later after several of the speakers have had an opportunity to talk about their focused subjects. So we're actually inviting you, the public, into this partnership with us as we show each successive episode, which will be put on YouTube over the next many months as they come out. But Mick, tell us about your participation. I'll be bringing the evidence, of course, with the experts in my role as co-producer of 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom. Tell us about your role, Mick.
Well, Richard, my role is to give the grand jury that we hope will actually eventually see this film, a real grand jury, and the public, playing the role of virtual grand jurors for the moment, a view of the legal structure in which your evidence that you're presenting fits, the power of the grand jury and the role of the grand jury under the law, and what their tasks are, what their authorities are, and how they can proceed to investigate this crime of the century that the government has not yet presented to a grand jury. So I'm hoping to help them understand the law and provide a user-friendly explanation as we go through the evidence of how this evidence fits into the legal structure for a real grand jury investigating these crimes. And let me just take a moment to thank you, Richard, for your hard work on this project, and to thank the Lawyers Committee and all the folks out there who contributed to make this film project possible. We have a number of episodes being edited, and we have more that we hope to do. We'll tell you more about that later. Thank you, Richard.
Oh, you're so welcome. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. I'm going to show you this piece that we have for you. Let's share this screen. And just let me ask our panelists, are you seeing the city of New York beneath you?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And nothing else, right?
Correct.
All right, thanks. Here we go. Well, bear with the internet here.
Richard, I think you have to be careful with your, yeah, once you click it on, take it away, take the cursor away.
Well, that's the smallest of my problems.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to do this a different way.
Okay.
I'm going to play it on 1 second. I think that went into a streaming mode.
I have to tell you, I love the opening. I find it very dramatic.
Okay,
and,
this is the opportunity for that feedback from you guys.
Very in your face and appropriately in your face. So, you know, thank you for that. I can't wait to see the rest.
Yeah, because it really is.
Well, I mean, you know, people talk about it so much that you lose sight of the how horrific it really was, the staggering just the staggering destruction and death, you know, right there in the middle of New York, and of course Washington D.C.
And it begins with a peaceful scene that morning. Here we go. I'm finding it now.
Here we go. Yep.
Welcome to 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom, the docufilm series. I'm Richard Gage, AIA, architect. My colleague is attorney Mick Harrison. We and our team at the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry invite you to join us on our historic mission to uncover the full truth about 9/11 and realize justice on behalf of the 9/11 victims and their family members. The first part of our docufilm series covers our 17-year investigation into the crime of the century, the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. Yes, you heard that right. 3 WTC high-rises, not just 2, were brought down on September 11th. The third, World Trade Center Building 7, not hit by an airplane. These heinous mass crimes left almost 3,000 citizens dead on 9/11 and millions more afterward. From the 9/11 wars, based on lies about who attacked America that day. As we proceed in developing the evidence of the 9/11 crime scene in this film series, you'll learn that these horrible crimes involved much more than the use of airplanes as weapons. The 9/11 attacks also incorporated bombing crimes involving the premeditated pre-placement of explosives and incendiaries, crimes that over 2 decades later have not yet been fully acknowledged, investigated, or prosecuted. These unprosecuted bombing crimes greatly exacerbated the tragic loss of life at the World Trade Center on 9/11 and after. This historic investigation is ongoing, and there's a role for you in it. Yes, you can help us bring the real perpetrators to justice.
This mission, in which we invite you to join us, also involves our 8-year legal battle to get the crime scene evidence of this crime of the century before a federal grand jury and into a courtroom. I've had the honor of leading this legal battle on behalf of the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry and certain 9/11 victims' family members and 9/11 responders. It may sound surprising, even amazing, but the 9/11 crime scene evidence that you will hear and see presented in this docufilm series has never been presented to a grand jury by the government. Rather, the government has covered up these 9/11 bombing crimes that are at the heart of this crime of the century. Shockingly, the real perpetrators have never been prosecuted and remain at large. Our goals here are very simple. Goal 1, truth and justice for 9/11 victim family members. Goal 2, government transparency and accountability for the 9/11 mass murders.
As you can see, we stand on the steps of the highest court in this nation, the U.S. Supreme Court. It's not a coincidence that we begin our 9/11 crime scene to courtroom series right here. The Supreme Court, applying and interpreting the Constitution, has established the principles of law that govern the type of grand jury investigation that we seek for these 9/11 bombing crimes, including the grand jury's independence from other branches of government and the grand jury's power and duty to turn over every rock in investigating and getting to the bottom of those actually responsible for these crimes, not just who the government would have us believe committed these crimes.
And Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is now where our 8-year legal battle has brought us in our relentless quest to see the full 9/11 crime scene evidence presented to a federal grand jury. Our petition for certiorari to the Supreme Court was filed November 3rd, 2022, docketed November 8th. The Supreme Court, as most of you know, declined to hear our petition to review the Second Circuit's decision, which was wrongfully decided, and held that the 9/11 family members and 9/11 responders lacked legal standing to enforce delivery of our evidence of the World Trade Center bombing crimes to a federal grand jury. So we're back in D.C. to pursue an important new lawsuit in the U.S. District Court just down the street. In this new lawsuit, we will also ask the federal court to uphold citizens' rights to provide evidence of yet-to-be-addressed federal crimes directly to a federal grand jury. So stay tuned. We'll tell you more about that lawsuit as it develops, which may, in the end, bring us right back here to be decided by the U.S. Supreme Court.
So, stay with us.
Richard, this is another momentous day in our 17-year epic journey to get the 9/11 crime scene evidence into the courtroom. We are approaching the venue in the nation's capital where we're actually going to be preparing our evidence for the eyes of an actual grand jury.
That's right, Mick. What we do here today may well have major consequences, not only for the 9/11 victims' family members, but for the American people and people all around the world.
I agree with that, Richard. We and our colleagues have traveled down this path for several years of trying to get this evidence of the crime of the century into the courtroom. We're not at the end of that road, and we've learned that progress down this road does come at a price.
But there's no turning back now. The public has a right to know all of this evidence, and the 9/11 family members have not only the right to know, but a very deep and personal need to know. And we, all of us in the 9/11 Truth Movement, have a duty to expose this truth widely.
I totally agree with that, Richard.
So let's go to work.
Let's go to work.
You got everything you need?
You.
I'm looking at it.
We'll be adding images, videos.
It cannot happen that when you have asymmetrical damage to this tower, that you have complete symmetrical collapse. So NIST is telling us that these fires inside the building on floor 13 are raging, which they're not, but say they were, and that these long span steel beams expanded, which they couldn't because they're fireproof.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Mick for a few comments while I try to stop that video. We'll play a little more for you later.
Thank you, Richard. So after we do the initial episode, which is Richard and I sort of helping you as virtual grand jurors understand how we're proceeding to present this evidence and what your role is, and Richard is correct, we're inviting you to help us in our investigation and developing this evidence, and there's going to be opportunities for you to give us feedback through our website, emails, and otherwise as this film series goes along. So we hope you'll sort of follow the episodes, make notes as if you were actually a grand juror, and give us your thoughts so we can improve our presentation and improve the strength of the case as we go. You may actually know some evidence that may be relevant to present to the grand jury that we haven't put in our presentation yet, and we're very open to hearing from you on that. So, Richard, do you want me to continue, or are you ready to go? There's always more I can say.
Keep going.
Let's save it until we come back after some of the other speakers. We'll turn it back to Christina here.
Very, very well.
Okay, so we're running ahead of time, which is which is good. Next up is again Mick, right? So
I am.
Again, wearing your hat as litigation director for the Lawyers Committee, and you're going to talk about what's happening on the legal front, including your filing of a critical Freedom of Information Act request with the FBI, the circuit court rulings that you've received, and legal options, right, for getting petitions and evidence of 9/11 crimes in front of grand juries, which is a big trick. It's a big trick.
It has turned out to be that, yes.
So your presentation is aptly titled Next Steps for 9/11 Accountability. Go ahead, Mick.
Thank you, Christina. So we do want to sort of fill you in on not only what has happened to bring us to this point, but what we're thinking about for next steps for transparency and accountability on 9/11 and the crimes of 9/11. Most of you know, I serve as the litigation director for the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. Formerly was on the board of directors, now currently serving in that role, so I don't make policy At the moment, I merely litigate for the Lawyers Committee, and that has turned out to be a bit of an ambitious task, which I'll tell you more about. So we do have sort of a plan B that we want to tell you a little bit about, and we may come back and tell you more about it later. But before I tell you next steps, which would be the plan B, I want to remind you what plan A was and what brought us here. So, as many of you know, we have used both the Freedom of Information Act and the Administrative Procedures Act in bringing lawsuits against several federal agencies and federal officials. We also have filed two petitions, one in New York, one in District of Columbia. I'll remind you a bit about those. And those led to litigation in the federal courts. So first, on the Freedom of Information Act side, I want to tell you what we've done so far, but also as you listen to that short summary, keep in mind that we are by no means finished using the Freedom of Information Act. We do have planned a major FOIA being the acronym FOIA, for the Freedom of Information Act, a major campaign under FOIA to continue to provide more government records to the public on the crimes of 9/11. So the first case we filed, or one of the first cases, was on behalf of David Cole. I represented him with the support of the Lawyers Committee. David, as you know, was our FOIA coordinator for a while, has been a very active user of the FOIA on 9/11, active 9/11 investigator. He was trying to get the records regarding column 79 in the World Trade Center 7 collapse, which is, as many of you know, a critical piece of the puzzle. That's where NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, says that that building collapse began. And so that's a critical piece of the puzzle. NIST doesn't want to release those records. We actually lost that FOIA case on a sort of a technicality of how the request was worded. So we can put that request back into the queue, and we probably will, as part of our later FOIA campaign. So that one is sort of temporarily stalled, but not over. The second FOIA case we did, and these are being litigated in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, where most FOIA cases are filed, was a request, again on behalf of David, for the interviews that NIST did at the World Trade Center regarding the 9/11 building collapses. And we should have won that case, and technically we probably did, but actually we didn't get an order in our favor. The reason is that when we brought the suit, there was a key interview of a key official who was present at Building 7 at the time of the collapse and at the time of the attacks. He was interviewed. We believe that he has some very significant evidence regarding the collapse of Building 7 that hasn't been heard by the public yet. That interview was part of what we requested in that FOIA case. It should have been released to us. It did not fall under any exemption under the FOIA that existed at that time. The reason we ended up not winning that case, technically, was that after we filed the case and we had filed summary judgment motions and the judge was giving the parties some feedback and indicating he was thinking about releasing that record to us, because it didn't seem to fall into the exemption that the agency had claimed for other interviews, which was this somewhat unusual exemption that under the National Construction Safety Team Act, if the director of NIST declares a record to be a danger to the public, or might pose a danger to the public if it were released, the director can simply keep it secret. But the director has to sign a declaration stating that he or she has made that finding. So there was no such declaration for this interview when we filed the suit. So there was no real legal defense for not releasing it. However, NIST, after we sued and after getting that feedback from the judge, filed a new declaration from the head of NIST declaring this interview also to be a danger to the public if it were released. Don't ask me why it would pose such a danger. And the court decided that it had discretion to let the agency interpose a late defense that didn't actually exist at the time we sued, and that's the only reason we did not win that lawsuit. The third FOIA suit that we did also for David is against FEMA and NIST. We requested all the data records, or David requested all the data records for FEMA's study of the building collapses at the Trade Center on 9/11. Most folks are familiar with the NIST study, not as many probably with the actually earlier FEMA study, which came first. FEMA published a study. They spent more than $1 million on it. They didn't come up with any real good explanation for the building collapses. But David asked, can you give us all your records of the data you used in the study? The first answer they gave was, we don't have any records, responsive. And he and I were somewhat surprised by that answer, since they had published the study. How could they have no data records? So they eventually said, well, we don't really mean we never had any. What we mean is we don't have them now because we gave all of our records to NIST, another federal agency. That, of course, would be impossible in the modern computer era. They would have to have destroyed all the computers, hard drives, emails, which they don't, claim to have done, and they didn't do. So that was a poor answer as well. They didn't give David the records he requested, so we sued them. And shortly after we sued, they actually released 3,000 to 4,000 pages of records they'd been withholding. But still, the key, really potentially incriminating records were not released. So we persisted with that litigation. We've been through 2 series of summary judgment motions. We actually were granted discovery in that case, which isn't very often granted in a FOIA case. We deposed under oath some FEMA and NIST officials. We learned some very interesting things. And the short version is, we essentially proved that they didn't do a valid search for the records at FEMA, and that NIST actually engaged in a cover-up to avoid releasing the key records. And we're waiting somewhat breathlessly for the decision from the U.S. District Court in D.C. that could come any moment. On that case, which we should.
Mick, I hate to
Yep.
bother you. We can't hear you. Can you speak
you're
up or
kidding me.
bring up your volume?
I don't know.
I can hear Mick just fine.
I can
That's
Okay,
too.
Jane.
There's several people complaining.
Well,
Well, if,
yeah,
if
maybe
Richard
just-
and Christina can, I'm going to assume that it's not on my end.
maybe get
And,
closer to the microphone, perhaps, but keep going.
That would be virtually impossible at the moment.
Okay, go ahead, Mick.
But thank you for the advice. So, and sorry for the folks who aren't hearing well, but I don't think that's a technical problem on my end. And if it is, I apologize. So, next step in the history of our litigation, we filed a petition to the U.S. Attorney in New York. Most of you have followed this, maybe not all. We asked the U.S. Attorney to do their duty, to give our demolition evidence that Richard is actually talking about in the film series we're discussing, all the evidence of use of explosives at the Trade Center on 9/11. We, the Lawyers Committee and friends, spent a great deal of time and effort compiling that evidence and presenting it in a very, I think, concise, even though it may have been 50 pages, manner. And we gave it to the U.S. Attorney and asked the U.S. Attorney to honor, at that time, his duty to give it to the grand jury. There is a federal statute that imposes that duty on U.S. attorneys to give citizen reports of federal crimes to the grand jury. So the U.S. Attorney, as best as we can determine, has never done that and declined to do that. We sued the U.S. Attorney to compel him to do that. We lost that lawsuit, to make a long story short, not because we were wrong about the duty and not because we were wrong about the evidence, but because the court decided that even 9/11 family members and nonprofits didn't have legal standing to force the U.S. Attorney to honor their duty. So we appealed. The Second Circuit unfortunately agreed with the district court that we didn't have standing. We brought that case to the U.S. Supreme Court in a petition for certiorari, and the U.S. Supreme Court did not decide the case either way. It decided not to decide the case by denying our petition for certiorari. So it decided not to hear it. So that issue of standing is not yet resolved by the U.S. Supreme Court. It has been decided negatively by the Second Circuit. We brought another lawsuit against the FBI for what some of you may not know about the second 9/11 Commission. You know about the first one, no doubt. The second one was many years later called the 9/11 Review Commission. The Congress required the FBI to look at all the 9/11 evidence that the original 9/11 Commission had not looked at. And they did a whitewash study that came out in 2015 with a new panel chaired by Ed Meese. It didn't look at the demolition evidence at all, and many other categories of evidence we pointed out in our lawsuit. And we sought to compel the FBI to do what Congress required. We ended up losing that case, not because we were wrong about the evidence or wrong about the new study being a whitewash, but because the court decided, because Congress put the requirement to look at the evidence not in the language of the statute, the law, but in legislative history, that we really didn't have a right to the information because there was no statutory requirement for a report to the public. And so we didn't have informational standing. We appealed that to the DC Circuit. They ended up agreeing with the district court on that very same reason. Now that brings us to the case I argued 2 days ago to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia on behalf of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. They had sued NIST under the Information Quality Act, requesting a correction to the World Trade Center 7 report. And architects and engineers presented a very detailed technical case in their request to NIST, and NIST denied it. They appealed to NIST administratively, and NIST denied that. So they sued in the district court, and you probably won't be shocked to learn at this point that the district court decided that architects and engineers and family members of 9/11 victims and individual architects and engineers, none of those folks have legal standing either. But the district court there relied on the prior case I just told you, which was the FBI 9/11 Review Commission case, where the right to the report was not in the statute. The problem for the district court in this decision, in this case, is the National Construction Safety Team Act does, in its language, require issuance of a public.
Hold on, there is a sound issue now.
Well, I don't know what to tell you about that.
There we go. Now, could you just start that last sentence again?
Yes. So
Perfect.
the district court relied on the prior FBI case inappropriately because that case is distinguishable. And the reason is the National Construction Safety Team Act in this architects and engineers case does require issuance of a public report. So we actually should have, we the plaintiffs should have informational standing. And we made that argument to the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. That argument was done on Friday, 2 days ago, and we're waiting to get that decision. So that sort of brings us here. And Christina, are you doing time tracking?
Yes, I mean, keep going because we're ahead of time here. So
Well, that's good because I've got a little more to tell you.
okay, go ahead.
So that sort of brings you to, well, I guess I should tell you about the other petition we filed in DC. That was on the anthrax attacks, and some of you may not know, most of you probably know, after the terrorist attacks on 9/11, the planes hitting the towers, the Pentagon event, whatever that turns out to be, and the Shanksville tragedy, a couple weeks later, letters started to be mailed with highly processed, high-tech anthrax, a biological weapon, to the media, to members of Congress. And unfortunately, a number of people were killed by exposure to the anthrax in those letters. And initially, and Barbara will probably tell you more about this, those attacks were blamed on Al-Qaeda and foreign terrorists. But shortly after that mistaken allegation, the government was forced to admit, that anthrax came from U.S. military facility. It was high-tech, military-grade U.S. anthrax. So a group of 9/11 and anthrax concerned citizens helped the Lawyers Committee prepare for this petition, where we again summarized all the evidence we could put our hands on the anthrax attacks. We analyzed those attacks because we're concerned, because they followed on the heels of the 9/11 attacks and were also used to motivate citizens to support the war and wars that followed, the wars on terror that are ongoing. That the two sets of attacks are related, perhaps very closely related. So the short and long of our petition to the U.S. Attorney in D.C. on the anthrax attacks is the FBI got it wrong. They blamed a scientist at Fort Detrick who was probably innocent, couldn't have done those attacks, certainly not on his own. And the FBI covered that key evidence on those anthrax attacks, and from all indications, declined to test using their DNA testing, the anthrax that came from Dugway Proving Ground, even though they had every reason to believe that that anthrax contained what they called the DNA fingerprint of the attack anthrax. So we're waiting still to hear from the U.S. Attorney in D.C. I actually called him a few days ago to see if there was an update. It's been 2 years now. And as best we can tell, just like in New York, the U.S. Attorney has not acted on our petition. So one of the sort of next steps that I'll tell you a little more about when we come back later in the presentations that we're considering is a legal action regarding our petition apparently still sitting with the U.S. Attorney in D.C. on the anthrax attacks. How are we doing time-wise?
Well, I'd say you have about 4 minutes.
Okay. So I'll give you a hint.
Nick,
of what we're thinking.
could I chime in here?
Yes.
But I just talked to Ted Walter, who would be the next speaker. If he's not on now, he's walking as fast as he can to get to the
All right.
So keep going until he comes on, please.
If you give me a cue, I don't think it's going to be a problem for me to keep talking. Unfortunately, I've never really been at a
Well,
loss for
Christina
words.
would have to let us know when he comes on because I'm not.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
So here's what we're thinking about next steps. First of all, we have, as I said, a major FOIA campaign planned. Moments from now, I was planning to say moments ago, we just filed a new lawsuit against the FBI under the Freedom of Information Act, but because I'm actually still typing the details, including the summonses for the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, into my computer to give to the district court for this filing, you have to file several documents to complete the filing of a new case. That's actually in progress as we're speaking, and I'll probably complete that filing of this new lawsuit against the FBI before this presentation is over. And what that case is about, which might surprise you, is the Lawyers Committee requested from the FBI all of their major bombings cases records. I should say all of them regarding the Pentagon attacks and the World Trade Center attacks. You might ask the good question, why would the Pentagon attacks and the 9/11 attacks at the Trade Center be falling under the FBI's major bombing cases? That's a question you'll have to ask the FBI. They're still pretending there weren't bombs involved, but they did originally call their investigations Pent Bomb, which was an acronym for Pentagon Trade Towers bombings, which is another clue. So the FBI announced they were going to archive, file away in the federal archives all of their major bombings cases records, including records on the Pentagon attacks and on the Trade Center attacks. And there were a lot of evidentiary photographs in those files. So learning that, we asked the FBI to give us those records under FOIA. And initially they said it would cost us $3,000. I think they said to get it about $3,000. So we basically said, look, we don't want all the records. We want the ones on the Pentagon and the Trade Center, and we'll pay what it costs. And after they learned we were willing to pay, they then came back and said, oh, sorry, we can't give you those records because they're still law enforcement sensitive. So we still don't have them, which is why we're suing under the FOIA to get those records. So stay tuned. We hope to be able to provide you the FBI's records on the Pentagon and the Trade Center, as a result of this lawsuit.
Mick,
Which,
I'm going to chime
yes.
in. It's Barb. Just talked to Ted Walter. He is on the Zoom. He may not
Okay.
be on panelist, so Christina, you could find him.
Okay,
Okay.
good. While we're waiting for Ted and Christina,
I'll
tell me what
upgrade
he's
him.
reading. Richard maybe can help. Let me give you
I'll
one
upgrade
other.
him.
Okay,
Go ahead.
fine. Okay.
Let me give you just one heads up. We'll talk about later, and that is we are contemplating some very interesting law that might help us and might also help you get 9/11 evidence in front of a grand jury, which is a task we're still working on. We haven't given up on it. There's a federal case in New York that was decided by a judge there that, in my reading, says that if citizens wish to communicate to a grand jury directly, meaning without going through a judge or the U.S. attorney, if they do that and they're communicating in writing about a matter not currently before that grand jury, that it doesn't get them in trouble. It is not a violation of 18 U.S.C. 1504, which some of you may not know, makes it a crime to communicate in writing with the grand jury under certain circumstances. And the question of the day is, what are those circumstances? So we're looking at this case law very carefully, which may provide a mechanism, not only for the lawyers committee, but for any citizen to get evidence to a grand jury directly. And we're also looking at the avenue of asking a judge to give our evidence to a grand jury. We'll talk more about that. So Christina, are you ready?
I'm ready, but I don't see Ted.
He's
Mr.
here.
Walter?
Oh, okay. Where is he? Because
Richard,
there you are.
he is. I
There
see
you
him.
are. Okay. So Ted is executive director of the International Center for 9/11 Justice. And he's authored numerous articles and other publications about 9/11, most notably Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truths Beyond Misinformation, and the 2020, quote, Request for Correction, close quote, of the National Institute for Standards and Technology's World Trade Center report. Ted also oversaw the computer modeling study of World Trade Center 7's collapse by Dr. Leroy Halsey at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. He's produced several short videos and feature-length films and has led a number of strategic initiatives, such as the ongoing effort to open a new inquest into the death in World Trade Center 1 of British 9/11 victim Jeff Campbell. Most recently, Ted produced and directed the film Peace, War, and 9/11, featuring the late Professor Graham McQueen. The film premiered earlier this week. Ted's presentation is titled Taking 9/11 Justice International. Welcome, Ted.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's wonderful to be with you. It's an honor to be here. And I can say on behalf of everyone at the International Center for 9/11 Justice that we are honored and proud to be a co-sponsor of this event, especially as it's honoring the late Graham McQueen, who many of us all knew and loved very much, both as an individual and for all the contributions that he made to the 9/11 Truth Movement. As Christina noted in her wonderful introduction, I'm the executive director of the International Center for 9/11 Justice. It's an organization that was actually founded back in 2008 by attorney James Gorley. At that time, it was called the International Center for 9/11 Studies. And one of the notable things that the center did in its early days was organize and host the Toronto hearings in 2011, and the 10th anniversary. And a year later produced the 9/11 Toronto report. The organization was largely dormant in the years after that until recently, until earlier this year, after I left Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, and began talking to James as well as Graham McQueen and others about kind of reviving the center and renaming it the International Center for 9/11 Justice, and giving it a broader scope than just the sort of investigative scholarly scope that it had started with under James. And everyone was very keen to undertake this new project, including the heads of other organizations that sort of joined together with the center, which are namely the Journal of 9/11 Studies and the 9/11 Consensus Panel. So all three of these organizations are now sort of together under this one umbrella, with justice being our primary focus and our guiding principle. And so every project that we consider, or every action that we consider, we're asking the question: how is this going to bring us somehow closer to justice? And by justice, we're sort of using that term in the broadest possible way, not only in a legal sense, but in a political sense, in a social sense. And so when we talk about 9/11 justice, we're not just talking about accountability in the legal system, which is important, and obviously the focus of the Lawyers Committee, but also politically, we're talking about reconciliation, a profound reckoning globally, possibly reparations for the damage and devastation that was caused in the more than 20 years after 9/11. In the wake of the attacks and the response to the attacks. So we are interested in looking and pushing for all of that, and not just a, not just a sort of forensic inquiry of what happened that day, but also a broader reckoning and really addressing the damage caused after 9/11. And more of our research in future years will be broadening the scope in that sense. We're also interested in broadening our research and our activism to other issues that are connected to 9/11 or bear a strong similarity to 9/11. So that's a major part of our initiatives as well. 9/11 is still is and will be the core of our mission, but we realize and we recognize that there are other issues connected to 9/11 that warrant our scrutiny. I'm very pleased to report that the family of Jeff Campbell, as Christina mentioned, led by Jeff's brother Matt, managed in the past 2 months. Well, to back up a second, many viewers, but not everyone, will be aware that the Campbell family has been waiting for the last 2 years to get a response to their application for a new inquest into the murder of Jeff Campbell on 9/11. And finally, after 2 years of waiting, in late June, were denied the authority to apply to the High Court in the UK for a new inquest. They were denied that authority by the UK Attorney General. And so they are now appealing the UK Attorney General's decision, which was unlawful and irrational. And over the last 2 months, the family fortunately did manage to raise the funds needed to take the next step and initiate this appeal. And so tomorrow, probably tomorrow, possibly the next day, the family will be sending a letter to the UK Attorney General, notifying the Attorney General that they plan to challenge or seek judicial review of the Attorney General's decision. And the letter is what's called a pre-action protocol letter, a PAP letter, basically giving the Attorney General 2 weeks to sort of change the Attorney General's decision and sort of capitulate and actually grant the family the authority to apply for a new inquest to the High Court. Or if the Attorney General doesn't change her position, then the family will seek judicial review around September 26th, two weeks from now. And that process then will take a few months. I was going to get into a little bit of the legal details of this whole thing, because after all, we are here with the Lawyers Committee. But I think I'm probably
you have you have 3 more minutes. Make good use.
But I've also been asked to share the trailer for the film, and I was interested in sharing.
Oh, okay. How long is the trailer?
Well, the trailer is about 2.5 minutes.
Let's do it.
I was also interested in sharing Sharon McQueen's remarks at the the world premiere earlier this week. Graham's wife gave a very beautiful speech, but I won't share that since we're short on time, and I would just encourage people to go to ic911.org. If you knew Graham, you worked with Graham, or you simply admired his work from afar, I think you'll really appreciate. There were many speeches that were very moving and lovely, but in particular, Sharon's speech will give you some really special insight into who Graham was as a person. So we're very happy about the Campbell family being able to take the next step in the inquest. The film was premiered earlier this week. We're also having the New York premiere tonight, which I'm going to leave for shortly. And we had the online premiere, the streaming premiere on Friday on the Rumble channel of Redacted, and Redacted will also be releasing the YouTube version tomorrow, which is a little bit less graphic version of the film that is suitable for younger audiences, so that the film does not get age restricted on YouTube. So keep an eye out for that release tomorrow. But if you want the full original version with all the graphic, gory details of war, then I encourage you to check out the version on Rumble. So without further ado, I will try to play the trailer, as there's many people have probably seen it, but probably not everybody. And bear with me while I share my screen. And usually I do this on where I have 2 monitors, but today I only have 1 monitor. So let's hope that it works out. Can everybody see?
It looks
good, Ted.
Looks
Hit that
good.
play button.
Here we go. Oh, and I'm supposed to
go unshare and then click the share audio in the lower left corner.
Okay, share screen again. Or
Yep.
okay, share screen. And then I see okay, share audio, share sound.
There you go.
Great.
Share sound. And then click your screen. You're good.
Okay, bring this up again.
Beautiful.
All right, you guys just see a black screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
When people say you can't abolish war, it's with us forever, I say, well, we haven't tried very hard yet. Don't think about war as an event or a series of events. Think about it as a system, tumor on human society, and as something that people die for and kill for and create all kinds of havoc for. It profits people, it profits companies, it profits elites. And this group of hawks was very influential in the 9/11 events and what came after that. The American people are willing to fight wars if their blood is up, if their blood is boiling hot. Well, what is it that triggers that phase change? This created mass murder. In public, 3,000 people were killed.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
It was a horrific crime, and it was extremely shocking to people who watched it.
We have an enormous explosion now in the remaining World Trade Towers center.
Boom, 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 boom. And as the bombs were going, people just started running. I just turned around and I just started running for my life.
A terrorist attack is an attack that is meant to cause terror, especially politically useful terror. The question is, who were the terrorists?
Americans reasonably wonder, how long will it last? The answer is that many of these changes we made are permanent, at least in the lifetime of most of us.
Very powerful. Very
Thank you.
powerful.
Thank you very much. So yes, if you want to watch the film, you can basically just go to ic911.org and you will find a way to watch it, whether that is on Redacted's Rumble channel or tomorrow on their YouTube channel, or if you happen to be in New York City or near New York and you can get to Greenwich Village in the next few hours, it's premiering in New York at 6 o'clock. And I look forward to seeing some of you on this call there in a few hours. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
And hopefully some of our participants, because there are quite a few at this point.
Absolutely.
But thank you. Thank you, Ted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina.
So our next speaker, Lawyers Committee Board Chairman Barbara Honegger, has been a leading author. Uh-oh. Are we? I'm sorry. I'll start that again. Let me see. There we go. There's Barbara. She's Lawyers Committee Board Chairman and has been a leading author, documentarian, public speaker, and activist on the events of 9/11, with emphasis on the Pentagon attack and anthrax attacks. She has presented her investigative work on these subjects on speaking tours around the US, Europe, and Canada. As a visionary activist, she conceived and physically executed the iconic third beam spotlight that lit up the New York City skyline on the 9th anniversary of the attacks. The Boston Tea Party for 9/11 Truth was her idea too. Barbara is a national whistleblower. Her book, October Surprise, led to an official congressional reinvestigation of the Iran side of the Iran-Contra scandal. In government, she served as the House Policy Analyst, Special Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, and Director of the Attorney General's Law Review at the Department of Justice. She also worked at the Naval Postgraduate School as a senior military affairs journalist. Barbara's presentation is The Anthrax Attacks, master key to 9/11 accountability. So I see you've put your screen up and you're ready to share your PowerPoint, Barbara.
Almost. Give me a moment.
Okay.
So just click browse on individual window. Then I click on play from start. And can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes,
looks
we
great.
can. It looks wonderful, Barbara.
My God, it actually worked. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be with the Lawyers Committee. And we're very happy that the International Center for 9/11 Justice, we love that word justice. That's what we're all about here, accountability for the facts of 9/11. So I'm going to get right into my presentation. You heard from Mick Harrison that our next big action, our board is still debating exactly what it will be, but it will be big in the DC Federal District Court in the near future. It's going to be about our anthrax petition. So that the anthrax attacks are the subject of my presentation. Its title is The Anthrax Attack, Key to 9/11 Accountability. Now I've italicized 9/11 because, as you'll see in the next screen, I need to remind everybody, as shocking as this is, given everything that the mainstream media told us for so long that got us into both Iraq and Afghanistan, or Afghanistan and then Iraq, the US government's official story that they finally settled on after quite a while is that the anthrax letter attacks that use super weaponized nanospores, remember the word nano, were an inside job. An inside job out of an Army bioresearch facility, they claimed, Fort Detrick. The Lawyers Committee has proven in our anthrax petition that that is a lie, but nevertheless, this is the official claim, that they were an inside job from out of an Army bioresearch facility, Fort Detrick, and that the attacks had absolutely no connection to 9/11. This is the official story. And that the Bush-Cheney administration and the president and vice president themselves had absolutely no idea of anything connected with anthrax until almost a month after 9/11, until October 4th of 2001, which was the day before the first anthrax victim that we know of publicly, Bob Stevens in Florida, he died on the 5th of October. But the first public knowledge that he was about to die from inhalation anthrax was October 4th of 2001. But even though they claim there's absolutely no link to 9/11 at all, what if we could show that there are links? And not only that there are links, but there are phenomenal links between the day of 9/11 itself and anthrax. Now, I'm not necessarily claiming here physical, actual deadly anthrax. I'll get to that later. But if there are clear links between 9/11 itself, the day of, and anthrax, or the expectation of an attack using anthrax, or urgent high-level official protective measures that were taken against anthrax, that would be compelling evidence that 9/11 itself could very well also be an inside job, which is what we already know it is. It would be a way of getting the government to inadvertently be forced to admit that the 9/11 attacks themselves were an inside job. And in fact, there are such clear links. There were warnings and foreknowledge of anthrax on 9/11, the day of itself, within the FBI, as you will see. There were highest level government reactions to a threat or the belief of a threat of imminent danger from anthrax on the day of 9/11. And there were urgent presidential protective measures for the president and vice president themselves and their entire staff, including on Air Force One that day, based upon some kind of intelligence at the highest level that anthrax attacks might already have happened on 9/11 itself. And finally, in a New York City bioterrorism exercise called Tripod 2, was on an anthrax attack scenario. Now, we have been told that this was pre-planned not to run until the next day, September 12th. However, all of the New York City, Mayor Giuliani's OEM personnel, Office of Emergency Management, all FEMA personnel, military and other government personnel, and state of New York personnel just coincidentally and conveniently happened to all be in place by order in New York City the day before on September 10th. So they were all in place. And a man by the name of Mr. Kinney from FEMA has gone public. I meant to share that short video clip, but I will put the link to it later. He has gone public acknowledging that on national television. Well, also conveniently, guess what? When World Trade Center collapsed on 9/11, Mayor Giuliani just happened to have pre-planned to make the Tripod 2 anthrax counterterrorism exercise that wasn't, we're told, to start until the 12th, to make the command center on a pier, Pier 92 on the river, to make that so-called exercise command center the actual official command center for New York City's entire response to the actual World Trade Center attacks on 9/11. And now I'm going to very quickly read you the critical part of what he said. I don't believe it was under oath, probably, to protect himself. But this part actually is true. This is what Mayor Giuliani said to the 9/11 Commission, quote, "Our number 2 backup command center would have been the police department. 7 World Trade Center was the primary command center, obviously. That was on the 23rd floor of World Trade Center 2, the Office of Emergency Management." Giuliani says, but then we realized pretty shortly after, as 9/11 unfolded, that the police academy, that means the police department, was too small. And so we went out to Pier 92 as our attacks response and search and rescue command center. And the reason Pier 92 was selected as the command center for the entire 9/11 actual response was because on the next day, September 12th, the pier was going to have a drill. It was called Tripod 2, and it was on an anthrax attack scenario. It had hundreds of people already in September 10th from FEMA, this is Giuliani now, from the Federal Emergency Management Office, and they from the New York State, and they were all getting ready for the drill for a biochemical attack. That's his code word. It happened to be an anthrax scenario. So Giuliani continuing, so Pier 92 was going to be the place where they were going to have the command of the drill. The equipment was already there, so we were able to establish a command center, and I'm adding for New York City's response to the actual World Trade Center attacks on 9/11, there at the pier, and that so-called exercise on an anthrax attack scenario command center was 2.5 to 3 times bigger than the command center that we had lost in World Trade Center 7. Giuliani says it was from there that the rest of the 9/11 search and rescue effort was completed. Now that's rather phenomenal. And not coincidentally also, just think about it, the very months leading up to 9/11 that Mayor Giuliani's emergency managers were planning and preparing for this Tripod 2 anthrax attack scenario counterterrorism exercise just happened to be the same months that the super militarized nanothermite was being pre-placed in the towers in World Trade Center 7. And the Tripod 2 anthrax counterterrorism exercise planning and preparation was being coordinated with FEMA's Office of National Preparedness and overseen by Vice President Cheney. And there's the link to that. I'm going to go past this. I'm going to go past these. No, well, I can come back to them if there's.
911 was overwhelmed.
Well,
and should it have been larger? Should it have been anticipated? Yes, it probably should have, but it wasn't. It was one of those things that was not anticipated.
Okay, so you're hearing basically like Condoleezza Rice. We couldn't have imagined planes being used as weapons, even though I was told by Richard Clark, Bush's White House counterterrorism czar, that Condoleezza Rice approved 5 hijack scenario with the plane exercises in the lead up to 9/11, and there were others on 9/11 itself up in New York.
911 was overwhelmed.
Okay. In this short clip that I'm going to go past, the top, he's saying here to the 9/11 Commission that the top terrorism threats that he'd already been briefed by FEMA to Mayor Giuliani before 9/11 were biological terrorism and bombings, explosives.
Because
the U.S. military and the New York City Office of Emergency Management and FEMA exercises advanced practice, both the 9/11 attacks and the anthrax letter attacks. And this is a quote from Richard Clark himself. I interviewed him at a DoD institution here in Monterey, California, the Naval Postgraduate School. And he's the one who told me, and I published it in a DoD publication and online, that Condoleezza Rice had a pre-approved 5 plane hijack scenario exercises with NORAD in the lead up to 9/11. So, were there warnings or foreknowledge inside the government of anthrax involvement on 9/11? Yes, believe it or not, including claims of the possibility of anthrax having been on the World Trade Center planes. On 9/11, Richard Pearl, a leading neocon signatory of the famous or infamous Project for New American Century manifesto that called for a new Pearl Harbor, which was 9/11, to cement U.S. global dominance, said on mainstream television that morning, well, what if the World Trade Center plane happened to be full of anthrax? That's interesting. And this is a statement, I'm not going to take the time to play it, but I can at the end if there is time. But this is from the New York 9/11 Oral History Project by Bruno Dellinger, who had an office in World Trade Center 1. He was lucky enough not to be in the building. He was down on the street, and an FBI agent with a big gold FBI in the back of his Navy jacket pulled him into a bank, and they watched the pyroclastic cloud from the collapse of World Trade Center 2 just go past the plate glass doors. And the FBI agent said to him, as soon as the FBI agent said, we, meaning the FBI, were told that this was coming down and that it would involve anthrax, and told him to immediately go to a hospital and have himself checked for anthrax. So on 9/11, were there in fact high-level government reactions to an imminent threat from anthrax, or at least the belief or intelligence that there was an imminent threat for anthrax, or maybe even one that had already happened? Absolutely. On the day of 9/11 itself, Jerome Hauer, the very first director of Giuliani's own Office of Emergency Management, located in World Trade Center 7 on the 23rd floor, urgently personally put Vice President Cheney's entire White House staff on the anti-anthrax antibiotic Cipro. And this was FOIA'd out by an organization in Washington, D.C., an FOIA organization. President Bush, his entire White House staff, and all of his military staff that were physically on Air Force One on 9/11, flying back from Offutt Air Force Base back to the White House, where he gave his evening address on the night of 9/11, they were all put on anti-anthrax Cipro for at a regime of at least a week by Bush's personal White House physician. You read about this in this book, The Only Plane in the Sky, An Oral History of 9/11. And this is the White House physician for President George W. Bush. Quote, I gave everyone on the plane, Air Force One, Cipro. We don't know what might have been in that Florida school, he told one of the men on the plane, one part of Bush's staff, when the man said, well, why are we taking this? And the president's own White House physician said, well, we don't know what might have been in that Florida school. Or maybe it might have been on the plane, we heard on national television. So why could there be such urgency to put the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and their entire staffs, including on Air Force One, on anti-anthrax Cipro, at least a week's regime on 9/11? Well, William Patrick, who happened to be called the father of our country's entire biowarfare program, he's no longer alive, said on PBS television, quote, "You need to go on," and I add, "you need to go on to clarify. You need to go on anti-anthrax antibiotics in the first 24 hours after exposure, because if symptoms develop, it's too late and you will probably die." Now, this fact rules out that Bush, his White House staff, or Cheney and his White House staff could have been put on Cipro only due to some intelligence-based concern about a future anthrax exposure. The urgency may also have been because they already knew or believed through some intelligence about the extreme lethality of the supermilitarized nanoanthrax that they were being preventively treated for. And what was that supermilitarized nanoanthrax? Believe it or not, it was highly aerosolized at 1 trillion spores per gram. And that was the most supermilitarized anthrax that was in those two letters, happened to be to the two Democratic senators, Senator Leahy and Daschle, who were trying to delay the passage of the Patriot Act. As detailed in Graham McQueen's important book on the anthrax attacks, the 9/11 Anthrax Deception, it is also the case that after 9/11 and before the arrival of the first known anthrax letter, corporate and mainstream media insiders were tipped off by somebody high up in the Bush administration also to go on anti-anthrax Cipro, and in New York City, there was a run on Cipro. The CIA and the US military's anthrax dispersion tests and counterterrorism exercises for years have used anthrax simulants. And it happens that just such a simulant was in the anthrax letter that was sent to the New York Post, one of the media letters. In 2001, Anthrax Deception by Graham McQueen, on the cover, remember that in that critical turning point United Nations presentation, that then Secretary of State Colin Powell held up that vial when he lied and told the world that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Now, Condoleezza Rice wanted you to believe that they were worried about a mushroom cloud and nuclear weapons. No, that's anthrax. And he's actually holding up what is believed to be, he said it was anthrax, but it was believed to be what's actually in it. It could be salt, of course, but the implication is that it is a anthrax simulant, and an anthrax simulant was physically found in one of the mainstream media letters, anthrax letters. So I'm almost done. This is very, very important. So who had this stuff? Who had access to it? Who controlled it? The super weaponized nanothermite. Professor Boyle, Francis Boyle, who will be the next speaker right after me, has received written confirmation from top Pentagon, WMD, biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons expert, unfortunately now deceased, Army Major retired Dr. Doug Rockey. That's a PhD doctor. He has received confirmation in writing that the Army's Dugway Proving Ground not only was the physical source of the letter anthrax, but had and still has a stockpile of the same supermilitarized anthrax that was sent to Senators Leahy and Daschle just as they were holding up passage of the Patriot Act, and closed down the Hart Senate office building for 5 days and closed down the Supreme Court building and killed people. This happens to be the same Dr. Doug Rockey who personally told me, with a witness, which I have now recorded in a sworn jurat affidavit that I will provide to anyone who wants it. The Lawyers Committee has it, that Doug Rockey's, quote, golden boys, he called them my boys, at the Army's Redstone Arsenal, that he said were also known as Bowers Raiders. Bowers Raiders were the Pentagon's.
All right, now I have everything back here.
Find your picture.
Uh-oh. A little bit premature there. I'm talking about you, Professor Boyle. So Bowers Raiders, according to Doug Rocky himself, on a very, very historic and important presentation he gave publicly in Seattle that I will give you the link to on YouTube shortly. He acknowledged, he says there what he told me, and it's in my sworn affidavit, that his golden boys at the Army's Redstone Arsenal that are also known as Bowers Raiders, and that Bowers Raiders, of which he was also a member, are the Pentagon's, or were then, the Pentagon's Theater, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Warfare Special Operations Team. And that the Bowers Raiders Golden Boys were not only, quote, my boys, meaning his boys, but were the physical source of the nanothermite planted in the tower. And that Doug Rocky separately told Professor Boyle essentially the same thing, as well as that Rocky had trained the Golden Boys. And this is a quote from what Professor Boyle just recently told me. There was just recently this phenomenal synchronicity in the preparation for this event. Professor Boyle and I learned together that Doug Rocky had told us the same thing separately years apart. And this is the email I received from Professor Boyle confirming that, quote, somewhere in our conversations, I had told Doug, that's Doug Rocky, that 9/11 was an inside job. He told me that he knew the Army people who had planted the thermite bombs and that they were his people. And I think also that he had trained them. He did not use the word Golden Boys, as he had to me, and he did not use the words Redstone Arsenal. In other words, he wasn't as specific as he was to me in my sworn jurat affidavit. And that Professor Boyle continues, I did not pursue the matter with him further because he simply was confirming what I, Professor Boyle, had already figured out. And these two links, the first one is Doug Rocky's bio, which he wrote himself, and it's online. And then the second link is this phenomenal presentation that, thank God, is still online, that Doug Rocky gave in 2002 in Seattle, Washington. It will blow your mind. So I'm almost done. This gets back to the Lawyers Committee and the importance of our anthrax petition and the next legal steps we will be taking in the very near future with the DC Federal District Court. Legally dispositive and compelling evidence. Dispositive in legal jargon means that it's proof. Legally dispositive, compelling evidence that the FBI's anthrax patsy, if you will, the patsy, Bruce Ivins, like the Lee Harvey Oswald, is what I was trying to say, of the anthrax attacks, Bruce Ivins. Our anthrax petition, the evidentiary exhibits, prove that Ivins not only didn't do it, but he could not have physically done it. And we also show that the anthrax, just as Doug Rocky told both Professor Boyle and myself, that the anthrax was developed at Battelle Memorial Institute and that the physical source was almost certainly the Army's Dugway.
Barbara, I'm sorry, your time is up, and Francis, he has to get his 15 minutes too. I apologize. So we're gonna have to move along.
My last screen. This is my last screen.
You're already a minute into Francis's time.
Well, I'm almost done. Okay. So these, for anybody who gets my PowerPoint slides, just ask me for them, but go on to the Lawyers Committee website, which is lcfor911.org. And at the right at the top, there's menu items, and click on the one on the left, anthrax attacks. There's a little pull down menu, and you will have all of our petition and all of our evidentiary exhibits on the anthrax attacks. So the domestic bioterrorism threat is serious.
Thank you, Barbara. We have got to bring Francis on. Thank you.
My last slide. The real traitors who attacked Congress with weapons of mass destruction, anthrax, and killed 3,000 innocent civilians are still at large.
Barbara, we have to move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Francis Boyle. Francis, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hold on here. We're going to put you in the spotlight. There we go. Francis is a professor of international law at the University of Illinois College of Law. He's advised and represented numerous international bodies in the areas of human rights, war crimes and genocide, nuclear policy, and biowarfare and bioterrorism. He drafted the U.S. implementing legislation for the Biological Weapons Convention, known as the Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989. This was passed unanimously by both houses of Congress and signed into law by President George H.W. Bush. He has also argued numerous human rights and individual death penalty cases. As counsel to Bosnia and Herzegovina, he was involved in developing the indictment against Slobodan Milosevic for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. He has served on the board of directors of Amnesty International as a consultant to American Friends Service Committee and on the advisory board for the Council for Responsible Genetics. He is a prolific author of many books, including Biowarfare and Terrorism, Foundations of World Order, Destroying World Order. His main research interests include constitutional law, U.S. foreign affairs, and human rights jurisprudence. He'll be talking about the urgency of the Lawyers Committee D.C. Federal Court legal actions on the anthrax attacks. Take it away, Francis.
Well,
Excuse me, Francis, sorry to interrupt. Could we center your face on your camera? We're off to the side and too high. So just twist your laptop so we can see your nose in the center of the camera. Thank you. And pull down the screen a little bit so that
you have too much head.
There
you go.
Oh, beautiful.
Ooh,
thank you.
yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me on. Yes, I was originally told 20 minutes, so I have prepared 20 minutes.
Good, go ahead.
Well, let me say in 1985 at a briefing on Capitol Hill for the Council for Responsible Genetics, I called for the U.S. domestic implementing legislation for the Biological Weapons Convention that was later known as the Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989, passed into law by both houses of Congress unanimously, signed by President George H.W. Bush with the approval of the United States Department of Justice. This legislation was inspired by the fact that the Reagan administration and its neoconservative operatives had gotten into using and abusing DNA genetic engineering in order to research, develop, and test biological warfare weapons, which the United States government is doing today. I won't go through the history here. It's all in my book, The Future of International Law and American Foreign Policy. Now, because of this work, I continued to be involved in anti-biowarfare work. And I want to point out, I beat out the U.S. deep state in getting that legislation passed. The Reagan administration and the neocons fought us tooth and nail, and I beat them out. Okay, so I won't go through the subsequent history here of my efforts against biological weapons. You can find that in my book, Biowarfare and Terrorism, and my new book, Resisting Medical Tyranny. But to make a long story short, when the anthrax attacks started, I paid attention until the technology behind the Daschle letter was made public in the New York Times. And it was very clear to me, super weapons grade anthrax, 1 trillion spores per gram, silicon coating floated in the air. This could only have come from a U.S. biological warfare weapons program, an advanced one at that. So I immediately called up Marion Spike Bowman, a lawyer heading up the counterterrorism division there in the FBI. By the way, Bowman also was the FBI lawyer who killed the FBI Minneapolis request for the Moussaoui computer that could have unraveled the whole thing before it happened, dealing with connections, what Barbara was saying. Bowman and I had both spoken at a conference on international terrorism at the University of Michigan Law School. He spoke on biological warfare. I spoke on the Lockerbie bombing crisis. I was involved in that for Libya at the time. Afterward, we spoke. He knew my qualifications in the field. He gave me his card. So I immediately called up Bowman and I said, you know, this is super weapons grade anthrax. It could only have come out of a U.S. biological warfare weapons program. And that's where you FBI people need to look immediately, because as far as I could tell, the attacks were going to continue. Remember, this is the last week in October. I then hung up the phone, and a few seconds later, I realized I had an entire list of all scientists working on anthrax program for the United States government. At that time, that was a matter of public record. It was in an appendix to the Pentagon's Biological Defense Research Program, which the Council for Responsible Genetics asked me to critique and submit to the Pentagon. You can find that in an appendix to this book, Biowarfare and Terrorism. So I immediately called back Bowman. I got the BDRP and I said, I have a list of all the scientists doing anthrax work for the United States government right here. And I read down the list. And then I said, and we know that the CIA is involved in offensive biological warfare anthrax work. That came out in the book last summer, summer of before 9/11, in the Miller and Broad book for the New York Times, Germs. And we know the CIA is involved in offensive biological warfare work using anthrax. You, the FBI, have to get over to CIA quarters, bring warrants, and find out exactly what they're doing over there. So Bowman told me, he said, well, we are working with experts at Fort Detrick on this. And I said, well, Fort Detrick could be the problem. You very well be the problem. You could have someone like Timothy McVeigh, who was on the reservation, now off the reservation. So Bowman then told me, well, I'll pass this along to the people at our people at Fort Detrick. So fine. So I figured I had handled the whole thing right there on a silver platter to a very high level official at the FBI. What happened? Well, the FBI then sent people out to the government's biological laboratory at Ames, Iowa, where all the Ames strain anthrax is collected by the United States government, and ordered its destruction. I repeat, the FBI ordered all the destruction of all the Ames strain anthrax at the Ames, Iowa lab, an official U.S. government lab. I was originally hired here to teach criminal law. I taught criminal law for 7 or 8 years before moving over to international human rights law. Clearly, that was destruction of evidence. It was a federal crime, a felony. And so at that point, I knew full well that the FBI was covering everything up about it. Why did they order the destruction of the Ames strain anthrax collection? A genetic reconstruction of the Ames strain there could have easily identified precisely where the Dashiell Leahy anthrax came from, and they destroyed it. It's that simple. Indeed, I should point out here that the director of the FBI, Mueller, was put in the FBI just before 9/11 in order to cover all this up. I had dealt with Miller before on the Lockerbie bombing situation. Mueller was in charge of the cover-up there, too. He fixed the facts against Libya and blamed Libya when certainly no one in Scotland believes anything that the Libyans had to do with the Lockerbie bombing. Mueller was a high-level, deep state operative, truly evil and nefarious. And he covered up 9/11, the head of the FBI. He covered up the anthrax tax as well. You could read about the cover-up of the Lockerbie bombing in my book, Destroying Libya and World Order. So, sure, that's exactly what happened. And everything the FBI did, from the destruction of Ames collection on up, was a lie and a cover-up under the direction of Mueller. I think Bush Jr. put Mueller in there because he already had experience on lying and dissembling and covering up, going back to the Lockerbie bombing situation. I've read your petition. Barbara asked me to get involved a week ago last Friday. So, okay, I'm not here to ruffle any feathers, create problems, criticize anyone, just my technical expertise. I agree with everything else said in your petition about what happened here and the FBI cover-up. Everything was an FBI cover-up. Hatfield was an FBI patsy. He fought back. And then they turned to Ivins. No one believes Ivins was behind this. Everything's been covered up since then. Your petition has it all in there. I'm not going to repeat it. But let me say this. There is a stockpile of super weapons grade anthrax still out there in the hands of the people who launched the anthrax attacks in October 2001. As far as I could deduce, it was at Dugway Proving Ground, and this was confirmed to me personally by Major Doug Roque, the late Doug Roque, a good friend of mine, when I said I think the anthrax is out there at Dugway, and Doug said, bingo. And I also said that the dispersal of the anthrax from Dugway that was reported in reported by the USA Today, who just wrote this book, Pandora's Gamble. All right. I said that too is still at Dugway, and the dispersal of the anthrax, that was no release. It was deliberate. And Roque agreed with me on that. If you read Pandora's Gamble, just came out, she documented all the so-called leaks of these dangerous, existentially dangerous biological warfare weapons from all these labs. What she doesn't point out is that those leaks confirm that those labs were involved in offensive biological warfare work, in violation of the Biological Weapons Convention and in violation of my Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act, that is a felony punished by life in prison. It's all in there. All this offensive biological warfare weapons work. Indeed, if you read my book, Resisting Medical Tyranny, the first chapter, U.S. biowarfare programs have 13,000 death scientists hard at work. I review and go through the amount and extent of offensive U.S. biological warfare weapons going on today as we speak. And that's all brought up to date in Resisting Medical Tyranny. As I was the first one to blow the whistle on the Black West African Ebola pandemic that was lied and covered up. That all came out of the Kenema BSL-4 in Sierra Leone. It was that lab was bought and paid for by USAID, which is a front organization for the CIA. Fort Detrick was over there. The Broad Institute of Harvard, MIT was over there. A center for synthetic biology, also criminalized in my legislation. Tulane was over there. It all came out of there. I personally think what was happening is that they were administering an experimental Ebola vaccine that with live Ebola cells and gave it to everyone. I was the first person to blow the whistle on that. And then even Associated Press will agree, I was the first person to blow the whistle on the fact that COVID-19 came out of the Wuhan BSL-4 in China, and it had been subjected to DNA genetic engineering, gain of function processes in cooperation with the University of North Carolina BSL-3 under Ralph Barrett. Even the Associated Press pointed that out. I blew that whistle on January 24, 2020. It went out all over the world. Again, you can read my account of it in my book, Resisting Medical Tyranny, and my opposition to it, as well as the, I call them Frankenshots, that are more dangerous than useless. It's all in my books if you want to read them. Now, this gets back into the situation we are in today and the urgency of the petition put together by the 9/11 Truth Committee. The deep state, as it were, have and are currently developing offensive biological warfare weapons. Roki confirmed that and said they even worse at Dugway. You can read Pandora's box. They have Velvet is offensive biological warfare work. We know that the CIA has smallpox. We also know that Ralph Barrett at the UNC BSL-3 has applied gain-of-function DNA genetic engineering to MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. MERS is 33% lethality, and Barrett has made it more lethal and more infectious. This outbreak of monkeypox that came out of someone's biological warfare weapons lab and program. It spread all over many different countries in Europe, all at the same time, and had 30 different mutations beyond the wild type monkeypox. Again, biological warfare weapon. Why? To stampede the peoples of the world and the governments into accepting this WHO worldwide police state that the WHO is trying to set up right now. You can read about that, interviews I've given all over the internet. Finally, and most recently, two Japanese scholars just published an article, scientific article review, unnaturalness in the evolution process of SARS-CoV-2 variants and the possibility of deliberate natural selection. In other words, the SARS variants, SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19 variants we are seeing are deliberate, coming out of biological warfare labs. That was my suspicion pretty much all along, that the variants we are seeing were deliberate, not natural evolution of one mutation to the next. The Japanese scientists have it all in there. Indeed, when Omicron came out, that was 50 mutations beyond its predecessor. It seemed to me that had been manufactured. Sure enough, the Rockefeller Institute admitted in the New York Times that they had manufactured something exactly like Omicron in one of their labs. South Africa was the originator of some of these variants. South Africa had an offensive biological warfare weapons program working with the CIA under the Afrikaner apartheid regime. My guess is those elements are still over there today.
So,
And
Francis, you have 1 minute.
Let me quote from the New York Times today. This is today. Yet one variant initially caused some consternation, BA2.86 named Parola. Quote, it captured people's attention because it emerged in 10 countries simultaneously, and it contains over 30 mutations in the spike protein, unquote. Right. That's consistent with the Japanese scientists. This is what we are facing. We have to stop these people. They will continue releasing more offensive biological warfare weapons, perhaps even worse than COVID-19 and its variants. That's why, in my opinion, the Lawyers Committee should file an immediate lawsuit with a federal district judge with a complaint demanding a mandamus for their petition to be submitted to a grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis. That was in equal measure fascinating and terrifying. Next up, a dynamic duo of activists, Jean Laratonda and Sandra Jelmy, who, of course, we will spotlight. Hold on, I'm trying to add spotlight. Here we go. I just want to wait a second. Okay, there we go. Jean is a longtime 9/11 grassroots activist who self-identifies as a social media warrior. His public outreach and advocacy efforts include reaching out to members of Congress, opinion leaders, journalists, engineering institutions, and firefighters. As a street activist, he does legal graffiti and street art, and he designs and distributes t-shirts, decals, pamphlets, and posters. Online, he creates original memes for social media and built the 9/11 Hub, a new platform for advocates all over the world to find each other. You can find it at 911communityhub.org. Jean also hosts the 9/11 War Room, a weekly online roundtable discussion of 9/11 related news where activists can come together to discuss ideas, strategize, and share successes. The War Room is on Zoom every Sunday at 5 p.m. at 911warroom.com/Zoom. He has also filed a Freedom of Information Act request for the release of the 100 plus still unreviewed videos of the Pentagon on 9/11. Sandra served as translation team coordinator for Architect and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, which resulted in the release of more than 50 A&E videos and written materials in more than 30 languages. Sandra was also a member of the board of the 9/11 Truth Action Project and helps coordinate the 9/11 International Actions Team. She currently volunteers for Richard Gage 9/11 and with Jean administers Facebook's 9/11 Truth Movement page, which has 42,000 members. Sandra also works with Jean on grassroots activism to plan and coordinate outreach events in the 9/11 War Room. They also work together on initiatives by other 9/11 Truth organizations and individuals when they need a hand. Their presentation is titled, Taking It to the Streets and the Skies. Go ahead, Jean and Sandra.
Thank you. Just going to change gears up a little bit. Live from New York.
We're at Ground Zero. We wanted it in the background, but the light was not cooperating.
So, yeah. I just want to say our thoughts and opinions here are not of the Lawyers Committee. We are humbled to be part of this. You guys truly are heroes in our book. Thank you so much for what everyone here does. Rest in peace, Graham and Alan Reese, Graham McQueen and Alan Reese. Want to say, yeah, we are just, I'm beside myself. I'm a little nervous right now.
Well, we stand out a little bit from this polished, beautiful, educated, intellectual, cerebral, organized crowd that you all are. You're all amazing, and we try to serve as the bridge between what you guys, the important work that you guys do every day. Often behind the scenes, it's a lot of work that you do, information that you put out there, and we try to bring it to the public, raise awareness of course you do that as well, but we try to bring it to people outside the echo chamber as much as possible. It's no good staying inside the bubble because we just hear each other talk, and we need to raise awareness. We need to make 9/11 still relevant in the lives of everyday people. Those who 20 years later say, haven't we moved on? No, we haven't. It still matters. And the whole key to making people not just know about 9/11, the lie that we were told, is to make them care and make them want to get involved and hopefully get on board, each in their own way. That's basically what we shoot for. We encourage everyone to latch on to what they're good at and use the tools they have, reach the people they can. Not everybody has the same kind of, outreach possibilities, and just do it with your own heart and your own voice. And that's basically what we do.
Basically take the high level information that all of these organizations provide and try to repackage it and make it palatable to the common person. And sometimes it's outside of the lines of, you might be sketching on what's appropriate or not, but
and what's legal. Right?
And what's legal. But I think we do a pretty good job at that. Many different levels. I'll just share a couple of them with you right here. And I do want to preface that with a quote from Marty Hopper. She said, "Our biggest hurdles nowadays are mainstream media and winning over public opinion."
She was the psychologist.
Experts speak out.
Right.
Yes. Yep. On 9/11, explosive evidence speaks out. Experts speak out.
Yes.
Yeah. So here we have, I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know when you see it. And there we go. So from all levels of, if you're introverted and not really into, standing on the street yelling with a bullhorn, Sandra and I put stickers on our vehicles, license plates, both basically say 9/11 WTC7. You can just simply put up a table in your common park. This here is a Point State Park in Pittsburgh. We didn't preface that I'm from Pittsburgh. Sandra's from Montreal. Stickers of all forms, preferably where it's legal to stick them, but I'm not saying anything there. Banksy, there was an advertisement in New York, and we just added this. Why is the government trying to block the 9/11 grand jury? And it's a QR code that goes back to the Lawyers Committee's website. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams, but nanothermite can.
And for this, you need to know that if you're not into football, this is the Steelers logo.
The three diamonds used to stand for iron ore, aluminum. No, I'm forgetting what my own team's logo stands for, but I've made it to aluminum, iron oxide, and the polymer that whatever was created for nanothermite. But stickers, business cards, wherever you can put business cards, leaving them behind just to put the message in somebody's mind. Legal graffiti that Christina had mentioned. There are in many different states and locations, places where you can legally graffiti. And I took the opportunity. I'm not a professional artist, as you can see, but just to get the message out, we've done that. Those are all in the Pittsburgh area. This is up in Montreal, Sandra's backyard. Peace, love, WTC7, and happiness. And wrapping up, if you want to take it even more to the edge of what's maybe legal, we are up in our hotel room up in the Millennium overlooking Ground Zero, and I had the opportunity to get a laser and project down onto the corner of the post office. I didn't know what to project. I know this is kind of a controversial phrase, but I really just wanted to kind of rock the boat. So that is projecting about a football field away from our I keep saying office, our hotel window. You could get the window open just a sliver, and it's right under the Oculus along Vesey Street behind the post office. Here you can see a picture of the laser cube shooting down through there. We came back from dinner and saw NYPD.
Well, first we went to dinner and we saw the Port Authority and the NYPD on the corner, and they were all checking out the message. They were taking pictures of it. There we go. They were clearly wondering what was going on. And at this point, we chuckled about it a little bit. And when we came back from supper, the whole group, NYPD cars, maybe 6 officers standing on the corner of our hotel and looking between the message and the hotel, out of which they could see that little green dot. And we knew that they meant business.
So get up to the room and shut it off.
We ran upstairs, shut it all off. It wasn't enough because an hour or 2 later, we had a knock at the door. And are you playing
Yeah,
video,
I
or-
won't play the
No,
video, but
okay.
the hotel staff basically said we're disrespecting their hotel. And I could only see the next option was that they were going to kick us out of the hotel. So we opted just to let it go.
You wanted to stand your ground and check with Mick what would happen.
Yeah, hold off on that.
But Mick had bigger fish to fry.
Yes,
so.
he did. And lastly, we're just showing examples of all levels, from very small to the big. And tomorrow evening, Richard and Gail will be with them over to MetLife Stadium.
Well, they'll be with us at Ground Zero.
Yes.
Ground Zero. We'll spend the day at Ground Zero. Richard will be pulled in as a street activist, Gail as well. And hopefully Gail and I will be able to diffuse the more offended people and just give out information and flyers, everything that we have, stickers, whatnot. And then in the evening,
Aaron Rodgers' first game, I don't know if anybody's familiar, but Aaron Rodgers came out. Deshaun Kaiser kind of threw him under the bus and said, Aaron spoke to me about 9/11 and said I should read up on that. And while Aaron Rodgers hasn't explicitly come out and said he's supporting 9/11 truth advocacy, we thought we'd take this opportunity. And we do have a plane banner that's going to be flying tomorrow. It's going to leave Long Island, fly the entire length of Long Island over Manhattan, out by MetLife Stadium. He has to be back by 6 p.m. So this will be catching the eyes of all the tailgaters. And we're asking anybody in the area, if you get any video footage of this, please do so. We could give it a hashtag of something like 9/11 and 9/11 Aaron. Okay, there we go. 9/11 Aaron. That's what it'll be. Hashtag 9/11 Aaron. And we can see those video clips. Again, we'll be at the gate. We'll be handing out. I have 1,000 of these stickers to hand out.
and so it's supposed to be Richard, Gail, and Ted Walter will be joining us as well. And yeah, we all have our shirts. Jet's fuel can't melt steel beams.
Yep.
Send out any message you can. And yeah, I think they'll notice us, and hopefully they will not kick us out as well.
Yep. So we really just want to encourage everyone in the 9/11 Truth Movement, no matter what your proclivities are, as far as what you support. We are the greater 9/11 Truth Movement that encompasses everybody from the victims' family members down to the street activists. And whatever you do, keep doing it, whether you're filing lawsuits like Mick, or you're down the street putting a sticker on a pole. We're glad that everybody's doing what they can to continue this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Whoop, I think you're muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Christina.
You guys are very imaginative. Amazing. Amazing.
you.
And it's very inspiring too. Very inspiring. So next up is Jan Van Aken. And let's see if we can get him up here on the screen. Let's see here. Add spotlight. And I'll add.
I got him. You just took him off.
Oh,
I'll run the spotlight.
I apologize. Okay. I apologize. Meanwhile, I'll start his introduction. So his report is from Europe. Jan is a leading European public truth activist who served for 22 years as Secretary General of the European Energy Traders Association. He publishes the bi-monthly magazine Gezond Verstand, or Common Sense, which he founded 3 years ago. He's been active in the 9/11 Truth Movement since 2005 and is currently a member of the board of the 11 September Foundation. Yesterday, the foundation's live anniversary event, titled Expose of Deception and featuring 30 speakers, completely sold out. So here's Jan presenting an update from the EU.
Thank you. It's mainly the Netherlands, because one of the problems of Europe is that we all have different languages. So mostly it's more national oriented. But just to give you a short summary introduction, on top of the shelf, you see a collection of the books on 9/11. And the first book that got me interested was the book from Andreas von Bülow, who was the German Minister of Technology and also the State Secretary of Defense. And he was very heavily involved in the Secret Service of Germany. I read the book, made an appointment with him, and spent an evening with him, and that changed my life a little bit, because he made me aware that I shouldn't trust magazines and newspapers, and should start studying things myself. Then we organized our first event on 9/11 in 2006, which was a big success. I got Andreas van Bülow speaking there, but also I got him on TV. And that was the time when the normal press, the mainstream press, was interested in 9/11, although they didn't feel comfortable with it. After that, that changed completely. And we decided to organize an event on 9/11 every 5 years. And in 2016, we founded this foundation together with a comedian from the Netherlands. That's George van Houts. You see here, he did something extraordinary, because he did a theater show in more than 100 theaters in the Netherlands, doing with humor the story of 9/11, and made it ridiculous. And it's also on YouTube. It has been viewed more than 1 million times, although YouTube sometimes put down the numbers. But that made a lot of people in the Netherlands aware of the ridiculous story, of the official story. Then in 2021, we did again a story, an event on 9/11, but we linked it to Corona, because more people were interested in that. And then the public wanted, the audience wanted not to wait 4 more years, and they asked if we could organize the event every year. So we did in 22 last year, and there we also had a German doctor who wrote a book. Unfortunately, it's also in German. It's Heiko Schöning, Game Over. And what he found out, and he explained that, was that the doctor that gave Bush and the staff on the Air Force One the Cipro, the antidote to anthrax, was later involved in the production of the vaccines, which were in fact injections. So he discovered that there's a direct link there. And he is working on an English translation. It would be very interesting for read. And there's a link also with Barbara, with him. So we had about 30 speakers yesterday. We had also Thomas Meyer, a publisher from Switzerland. He has written a book about 9/11, and his speech was about the link between 9/11, Pearl Harbor, and Corona. We showed the trailer, the good trailer, Peace, War, and 9/11, which is
the same theme as we had chosen for our event. We also showed the 4.5-minute film of James Corbett about the official story. That's with humor, because with humor you can say much more than if you tell all the hard facts, unfortunately. We had as the keynote speaker Professor Karel van Wolferen, who is 81 years of age, and he's the chief editor of our magazine, which translates as Common Sense. We do it every 2 weeks. And his speech was about the crime syndicate. And according to him, it's the same people that did, in fact, JFK, 9/11, and Corona. And we have to expose these crimes of the syndicate. We also had Kees van der Pijl, who spoke about the war in Ukraine. He has written a good book about it, because not many people know exactly what's going on there. Because there's already 500,000 soldiers died. They try to keep everything away. And that's one of the problems, that the industry, the mainstream media are not doing their job. Therefore, one of my activities is to set up alternatives. So we have the magazine, but we also have a newspaper. We did a one-off on 9/11 in 2016. It's the other newspaper, and it's doing quite well at the moment. So it's every week. And that's the good thing of printed material, because it's more difficult to stop that, because we have a new law, EU law, on last 25th of August, that the big platforms are only allowed to tell the stories that the government say are true. Otherwise, it's disinformation. Okay, we had also Catherine Austin Fitz, and she also is very much aware of 9/11. I must say, most people that were well informed about 9/11 were also the first one to discover that the official story of Corona could not be true. We have as a theme peace and war, but there are several wars going on. So we also had a panel session on the war against critical logical thinking. So we had, for instance, 3 professors that were all fired from their university because they didn't tell the official story. We also had a panel session. Oh, and one of the things they announced to set up a new university, University 2.0, where they are working on, which could be interesting also internationally. Also, the war against the rights as civilians, the war against our health. And we had a session with interesting initiatives. We had in the audience Commissioner of Police, which is the highest level of police, one function. We had high military guy. We had a journalist of TASS, which is the, call it the Russian Reuters, attending. And we had the first ceremony of the winners of the Julian Assange Award. And we had Consortium News as the first winner international award. We did the organization together with the the Dutch Foundation for Free Journalists. So we have about 100 members now of journalists that consider themselves not part of the mainstream media. And we are working on a European association for companies, for media organizations. I believe that we need to educate the public, and we need to be creative in order to get their attention. And I think linking it to what they what they go through now with all these injections and corona and so many people dying and getting adverse events, they know that something is not right. And we also discovered that they are now more open-minded to accept that also 9/11 is not according to the official story, and reconsidering. So it's fertile ground now to educate, but we need alternatives for the media, and printed is better than digital because they getting very smart in stopping electronic information, and it will be worse, I think. That's it.
Well, thank you, Jan. You've stopped ahead of time, but I'm sure that Richard, who's up next for the second segment of his crime scene to courtroom series, will happily take the few extra minutes. So, Richard, why don't you take the floor?
Maybe I can, before Richard starts, I can say that we also organized several events together with Richard, a European tour. We had a very good event in Switzerland together with Barbara. So yeah, it's those events that people get to know each other is very important. Thank you, Richard.
Jan, could you just mention, I believe the video of your conference, your event, will be up on your website soon. Could you give the website link?
Yeah, the website is www.11september.eu. But it will take some while because the people from Kathleen Austin Fitz, they have taped it, but they need to prepare it. But it will be on that website. Yeah, and I made also some advertisement for your activities. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Well, hi, everybody, again. We are so active in doing so much in the last 2 years at Richard Gage 9/11. My wife and I, Gail, have been just on it. We've done over 50 interviews, and I've got about 10 during the anniversary on top of that, that are going out. We'll be on Stu Peters tomorrow, and we'll be on David Knight tomorrow. We'll be on Luke Rutkowski's We Are Change. We'll be on Josh Sigurdson. All good news, so stand by for those platforms. We may not have time to get them up for you tomorrow, and some of them are live and some of them are not. Gail and I have done over 80 podcasts in the last 2 years with people well outside the spectrum of 9/11 truth, because I have desired in my heart, without knowing it consciously, that I need to be talking about what's more relevant these days to more people in addition to 9/11 truth. And that involves the current disease going around and the false solution for it. So I discussed that on my website also, richardgage911.org. And I'm going to be giving a series of about 10 West Coast tour topics on that. We'll be in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, starting September 20th on the West Coast Richard Gage 9/11 RV camping tour. So Gail and I will be running up the coast with 5 Bay Area presentations, North Bay, South Bay, East Bay, and up in Sacramento, Eugene, and Portland, and Seattle, and Spokane probably. So if you're in or near those cities, be sure to check out the website, Richard Gage, is that over here? Yeah, over here, richardgage911.org. And In addition, well, there's a West Coast article there with all those tour stops on it. You can find the posters, you can download them, you can print them, you can pass them out. But also, we'll be entertaining a host of exciting presentations during this anniversary here in New York, where we currently are, because yesterday we attended and spoke at a conference live in New York. And sorry if you missed it, but I think it was recorded. And that recording will be, when it comes ready, available on the website. But Billy Ray Valentine and Tony Arterburn had Charlie Robinson, Wayne McRoy, and Donald Jeffries and myself speaking. It was a very, very great event. So tomorrow or tonight, of course, Ted mentioned the New York premiere of Peace, War, and 9/11, the great in-depth film about Graham McQueen and his all too soonly ended life very recently. So that starts tonight in New York, if you're here, at 6 p.m. And you can get more information again on our website about that. And we have, after tomorrow, we'll be at Ground Zero with Gene and Sandra and all of the activists that gather every year near Building 7. We'll start at Building 7 or on VC Street around the corner, where we just hand out. We brought lots and lots of pamphlets and cards to hand out to all the passersby to encourage them to think differently about 9/11. And we will be giving them all of the evidence, the evidence of the third tower coming down, Building 7, a 47-story skyscraper that on the afternoon of 9/11 drops like a rock straight down, uniformly, symmetrically into its own footprint in under 7 seconds at free fall acceleration. That's as fast as a bowling ball falling out of the sky. What does that mean? That means that not one of those 81 columns gave any resistance for at least a third of this building's fall. So how could 40,000 tons of structural steel not give any resistance to a collapse? That's by definition controlled demolition. Only, and because fires were blamed for that, of course, by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, who was tasked by Congress to explain these collapses to the American people. But how could fires remove all 81 columns at once? So you get the picture, people, and there's witnesses of explosions before this building ever went down. So nobody died in this building according to the official narrative anyway. And so we are encouraging people, after they get the fall of that building on the afternoon of 9/11 at 5:20 p.m., which was not hit by a plane, we get it wrapped around their heads, then we can talk about the Twin Towers, which exhibited extraordinary evidence of both ignited and unignited thermite in the dust, given to us by official sources. We didn't make this stuff up. FEMA provides the analysis, the metallurgical analysis of the steel in both Building 7 and the Twin Towers of hot temperature sulfur corrosion attack on the steel, liquid molten iron invading the grain boundaries of the steel, partly evaporated the ends of beams, according to Jonathan Barnett, the fire protection engineer who assisted or co-wrote that report. So well, that's just the beginning of it. We also have 156 first responders discovered by Graham McQueen in reading 12,000 pages of testimony recorded orally that are on transcripts today at the New York Times website, where these 156 first responders talked about explosions going off before the tower collapsed, most of them. Flashes of light seen as well before the tower collapsed. This is all on our website, richardgage911.org. There's presentations, there's documentaries, And we have, after that, first 3 seconds, freely flying, laterally ejected, 4 and 8 ton structural steel sections, ejected at 80 miles an hour, clocked by physicists, landing 600 feet in every direction outside the towers, destroying the Winter Garden 600 feet away, impaling themselves on skyscrapers all around, trailed by thick white smoke clouds. Steel is not flammable, not structural steel beams in office fire conditions or even by jet fuel. Jet fuel is simply kerosene. It burns at 600 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the manufacturer, ME Petroleum. So we have all of the evidence we need to take this to court, including the evidence of unignited thermite in all the World Trade Center dust samples analyzed by a team of 8 international scientists led by Niels Harrit in Copenhagen. What do they find? Red-gray chips. Red on one side, gray on the other. They analyze the red side. What does it have? Iron. That's why it's attracted to a magnet. Paint chips are not attracted to a magnet. What else does it have? Aluminum. Per the X-ray energy dispersive spectroscopy tests. What's iron and aluminum, iron oxide and aluminum, the ingredients of thermite, doing in all the paint chips at the World Trade Center? They get real curious. They put it in a differential scanning calorimeter. What do they find? That's a fancy name for a heater that it measures energy too. They ignite at about 758 degrees Fahrenheit. What happens when they ignite? They produce molten iron microspheres, the exact same chemical signature as the molten iron microspheres that were documented carefully by the U.S. Geological Survey in their Particle Atlas of 2005, by R.J. Lee, an environmental consulting firm, by Stephen Jones, a nuclear physicist also, all independently corroborating each other. In fact, the EPA says, we don't know what these molten iron microspheres are, but they're found in all the World Trade Center dust. In fact, it's a signature component. It's not even World Trade Center dust unless it has all of these molten iron microspheres in it. But we don't know where they came from. Well, you light a piece of thermite and you'll know where they came from in a controlled experiment, because experiment is the arbiter of competing hypotheses. It issues what? Molten iron microspheres. Microspheres because liquid molten iron under pressure, or any liquid under pressure because of surface tension, forms itself into spheres. Elemental iron, not steel, elemental iron, the byproduct, because that's what thermite issues also. We haven't used iron in our skyscrapers for 100 years. Where's all this molten iron coming from in all the World Trade Center dust samples? So that's ignited thermite. The chips are unignited thermite, peer-reviewed in the Bentham Open Chemical Physics Journal in 2009. Just Google active thermitic materials in the World Trade Center dust. This evidence has convinced more than 3,600 architects and engineers to sign on to the petition, demanding a new investigation into the destruction of all 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. And that's what we're bringing to the grand jury. And I'd like to play you a couple of more clips from the experts who we bring to bear. But Christina, how much more time do I have?
Well, actually, you have quite a bit of time, because it's 4:23 and you're done at 4:38. So,
well, let me share my screen and see how far we can get with that. I got to go find that movie again. Christina, can you cover me for a minute?
oh, remove the spotlight? Yes.
Well, and
what would
speak.
you like me to do? Oh,
I
I
want you
see.
to tell people
Okay.
about the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 inquiry.
Oh, I see. You want me to?
You got the picture.
Well, one thing I have to say is I'm just struck by some of the fascinating details that have come out, not only about the activities, for example, of the Lawyers Committee, but also the shenanigans and the naming of the names in the anthrax case. I mean, Barbara and Francis did a masterful job on that. So I think this is really quite an eye opener. Probably, I don't know. I don't know if we're speaking to the choir in terms of our attendees, but I do hope that there's some new people who are catching this information. And there's a lot of new information. There's a lot of progress too. And that's very heartening, I think. So
Okay.
Christina?
Go ahead, Mick.
This is Mick.
Yes, Mick.
Since we have a moment, can I make an announcement?
Why, yes.
You bet. You're on the screen. Can you see Mick on the screen, you guys?
Well, you don't have to see me to hear me, probably.
No, but go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that we did accomplish at 3 o'clock this afternoon the filing of the new lawsuit against the FBI under the Freedom of Information Act. So it's official. That new litigation has begun. Just wanted to
So
say.
you please remind everybody what that submission is about.
Yes, that is the Lawyers Committee's efforts to obtain the FBI's major bombing cases files regarding the Pentagon attacks on 9/11 and regarding the World Trade Center attacks on 9/11, which the FBI has declined to provide us in response to our FOIA request.
Well, this the FBI the FBI have become experts on avoiding the tough FOIA requests. I mean, their tactics are many, but they use them over and over again. If you were to talk to other people on major cases doing FOIAs to the FBI, you'd see that the same tactics are used over and over. It's quite interesting.
Ready to rock and roll.
All right.
It cannot happen that when you have asymmetrical damage to this tower, that you have complete symmetrical collapse. So NIST is telling us that these fires inside the building on floor 13 are raging, which they're not, but say they were, and that these long span steel beams expanded, which they couldn't because they're fireproofed, pushing this girder off of its seat on column 79, which couldn't have happened because there are huge shear studs on top of that girder tying it into the concrete floor up above. But let's say it could. It would have had to have been pushed 12 inches off of its seat, because the seat that it's on is 12 inches long. But NIST says, no, it didn't have to be pushed off 12 inches, just 6 inches, because the flange, the bottom part of an I-beam, folded once it got halfway off that 12-inch seat.
We'll include images.
But it couldn't have, because there are structural steel stiffeners keeping that flange from folding or failing. But let's say it wasn't there, as NIST claims, even though the shop drawings show that it was there. And that this girder did, in fact, fall off of its seat. Well, the 13th floor could not have fallen onto the 12th floor because there are two other major girders framing into that column. But let's say they weren't there, and the 13th floor did fall onto the 12th. Well, it couldn't have broke the connections to the girders under the 12th floor, because that would have required 600,000 pounds of dynamic force. But there was only a tenth of that available, 60,000 pounds. So there couldn't ever have been any of these series of initiation of collapses that NIST claims. But let's say that the 12th floor did break because the 13th floor fell on it, and then there were 9 floors, as NIST claims, that left this column 79 unbraced, and it buckled. And that caused the interior cascading collapse on the east side of the building. And then NIST claims that it spread laterally across the building in just 6 to 10 seconds. Well, if that happened, we would have seen the pulling in of the structural steel perimeter system with an incredible breaking of thousands of windows and the massive crushing of the exterior like a beer can and an incredible breaking up of the granite panels. But we don't see any of that in the smooth, symmetrical, almost intact building. There's only a couple of dozen windows that break during this collapse. If you look carefully at the west penthouse and the screen wall, those roof structures that remain just 6 seconds after the collapse of the east penthouse, they all collapse at once, just a half a second prior to the overall building collapse. Indicating what? That the 20 columns underneath them all gave way at once. Well, NIST says this is an east to west progression of failures over 6 to 10 seconds. But that's impossible. If the roof structures collapse just a half a second prior to the overall collapse, that means those 20 columns are, in fact, failing all at once. So NIST has created a fantasy in an effort to try to re-engineer the collapse of this building in their computer model to make us believe, or try to, that fires brought this building down. Fires don't break 20 columns all at once in a fraction of a second. So you, members of the grand jury, are going to have to look at the scientific forensic evidence, which we believe is overwhelming and abundant, and determine for yourself, did this building collapse due to fires? Or did it collapse as a result of explosive or incendiary destruction? NIST says that these fires were raging at the time of the collapse, but the photos and videos show that the fires progressed beyond the northeast corner of the building to the west on floor 12. And they were out more than an hour before the collapse. So how could those fires have been causing the thermal expansion that they claim caused this sequence of events to failure? The thermal expansion of these beams would require the heat at that location during or immediately prior to the collapse. But these fires were out over an hour before the collapse on that floor.
The further down into that pile I got, the more I could make out what looked like from a science fiction movie, molten lava, okay? And it was way down deeper inside this nightmare. But it was bright orange and moving like you would see in a volcano eruption in a movie. And that's where the heat was coming from. But every time I went back down in, the lava thing, the molten metal got closer and got more intense, more brighter and more. It's just like it was like moving and running, like it was in a movie. I mean, at one point, maybe second or third day, it looked like there was like a little lake of it, and these molten areas stayed hot and stayed very molten for days and days. Right? And he pointed to what turned out to be the entrance to Building 7's lobby. He said, "Go in there, take a break. There's other guys in there," like that. And that's what I did. I finished coming down off the pile and climbed over the wreckage of Vesey, and went in those revolving doors and just kind of fell on the floor. There were other guys in there doing the same thing I was, just shaking their heads and spitting out poison and trying to get their lungs back together again, as I was. And I was on the floor these battalion chiefs come in through the revolving doors. There was 3 of them. They had the white helmets. I didn't get any IDs off them, but as soon as they stepped inside, what stepped in behind them were these 2 people in black with black ski masks on and Uzis, and the Uzis were hanging off their necks. And I don't know what they were or who they were, but the battalion chiefs started yelling at us, right, ordering us to get out of this building, get out of this building. They're going to pull the building, everybody out now, and they ordered us back out. That's when we all saw Building 7 crumple in the middle, like way up at the top. It buckled, and then dropped, and it dropped like it was made out of feathers, right? I'm working my way back up toward the pile, and we all felt this rumbling underneath everything. All right, it felt like I was in Haiti after the big earthquake in 2012 or 2010, and there were aftershocks, and I remember now that's because the aftershocks were big, and I remember feeling that like it was like freight trains underneath the earth, shaking the pile, even shaking me, right?
If you'd like to hear the rest of that excerpt and about 6 others, I've included them on our website, Richard Gage 911, or the Lawyers Committee website, lc4911.org. And there are some incredible testimonies from experts, including Captain Patterson, who also was stopped from walking into Building 7 by military-clad individuals who were not police or U.S. Army, but private, with long rifles, assault rifles on the front of them, fully clad. So Captain Richard Patterson gives that testimony. You can see it, and Raul Angulo, captain of the Seattle Fire Department, and many others, including Eric Lawyer, who will be speaking in a moment, giving their testimony. Eric's not an eyewitness at the World Trade Center, but he's got a lot to share. Seismic evidence from seismic expert Andre Rousseau. They're all on our website now. So look for the 9/11 crime scene to courtroom banner on either of the 2 websites, Richard Gage 9/11 or LC 9/11, and see the rest of these startling testimony that we're going to be putting into the film. We'll be adding lots of video and images and fine-tuning the rough cuts that you saw. Our intent is to make the first episode of this film to the public only. And then we will, and have already begun to edit the grand jury sections. There'll be about 24 episodes that'll be going up on YouTube publicly also. And then to the grand jury in a supplement to the original petition and additional petitions for a special grand jury investigation. Thank you. I don't hear you, Christina. You got yourself on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am very pleased to introduce our next guest, Charlotte Dennett, author, attorney, investigative journalist, and member of the board of the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. Her recently released paperback book is titled Follow the Pipelines, Uncovering the Mystery of a Lost Spy and the Deadly Politics of the Great Game for Oil. 9 years after 9/11, Charlotte published a book titled The People versus Bush, One Lawyer's Campaign to Bring the President to Justice. The book detailed her 2008 campaign for Attorney General of Vermont on a pledge to prosecute George Bush for sending troops to Iraq based on a lie. The campaign received worldwide attention. Charlotte is the daughter of Daniel Dennett, America's first master spy in the Middle East, who died under mysterious circumstances following a top-secret mission to Saudi Arabia. Her presentation is on her investigation on behalf of the Lawyers Committee into why the World Trade Center Health Center at Bellevue Hospital refuses to release to patients their complete medical records of their treatments for illnesses related to toxic exposure on and after 9/11. And she's going to talk about how possibly to get the records from the health center. Take it away, Charlotte.
Thanks a lot, Christina. This is my first time that I've made a presentation. So I hope you will bear with me if I flub a little bit. I'm just bowled away by all the information, and I love the sharing. That's so important. I just think that, you know, the more people we can reach, and I salute Jean and Sandra about trying to reach everyday people. And this is what attracted me, this aspect of our investigations. How many people have been affected by the toxic dust, and how many can't get their medical records? So I'll give you a little bit background. Many of you may know that more people have died since towers came down from diseases related to the toxic dust. I mean, that is absolutely shocking. And that means not only first responders, but also just regular everyday people who either lived and worked in the area. And we are currently working with a person who worked in the area, and his health was essentially destroyed by inhaling the dust. And he's suffering from COPD and also PTSD. And he's been on this long struggle to get his medical records. The reason this tipped me off right away is because I've been a lawyer doing medical malpractice litigation. And you're not supposed to deny medical records. That's the right of the patient to get. So let me just share a little bit of the investigation I've done. And as I say, this is very much in the early stage. But let's see, one thing that I've done is, well, first of all, why would a hospital, and this happens to be Bellevue Hospital, not turn over the records? And this is connected. Bellevue is part of the World Trade Center Health Center. And so that is one of the big questions, apart from trying to get the records, because by refusing to turn over the records, they turned over some, but not all. And this potential client of ours tried to get an audit trail, which a patient is entitled to have. And that would show whether there was any tampering, whether they, cut something out. And lo and behold, pardon me? All right. In the process of investigating this, I found out New York City hospital records, Woodhull, Bellevue, Jacob, sometimes falsified to cover up mistakes. That is the article, and that came out in 2009. And again, as someone who's done medical malpractice, I'm in Vermont, and I know things can get covered up. I really do. But to find this proof that Bellevue has falsified records, that's bad. That's a no-no. And now some of them, they say to cover up mistakes. But what if they left out evidence of what caused the COPD? That is what I'm thinking about. I found another great article. This is just surfing the web. This is in Salon magazine in July 2022 by Bob Henley. And the title is "Pressure Mounts on New York City to Come Clean with 9/11 World Trade Center files. So what this is all about is that citizens have asked the Giuliani administration, when it was in office, to release records about the nature of the toxic debris, and they're not doing it. The Giuliani office isn't, and now there's been pressure on Mayor Adams, and originally he was for it. And by the way, he used to be a police officer, so he probably knows a lot. Well, now he's not going along with releasing the records because supposedly they're worried about multiple litigation. But as I've read through some other articles, that's not necessarily a good reason for withholding records. And again, now the people that have been on the front lines of this were Representative Carolyn Maloney and Representative Jerry Nadler. She's no longer in office, but they championed the formation of the World Trade Center Health Center. But they have been very adamant in trying to get the records. And I just found this article, which was published on September 8th. And this talks about 9/11 Health Watch, Inc., which I did not know existed. It's yet another group. And families of 9/11 responders and survivors, they filed a Freedom of Information request seeking the records as to what the administration of Mayor Giuliani knew about the toxins. And, you know, this release has the famous words, "What did Giuliani know and when did he know it?" I mean, Giuliani's under the gun right now for, you know, the Trump-related crimes. I would love to know more about what Giuliani knew about 9/11. And by the way, if anybody wants to share information, they can go to our website, or they can go to my website, which is simply charlottebennett.com, and you'll find how to reach me. It's all about my legal work, and it's also about my books. Anyway, I found also that there's well, actually, it wasn't me. It was our potential client found an actual court decision that showed that here it is, that an audit trail has to be complete, and it has to be produced in its native format. And so we have a legal case that's going to help us. What could this actually lead to? What if it isn't just our client, potential client? If he becomes our client, we have many possibilities of lawsuits. One of them is a Ketom lawsuit, which, the World Trade Center Health Center is federally funded. So if the Bellevue Hospital was destroying records or not turning over records, that could be reported. And one could get a very sizable reward if successful. There could be a class action lawsuit. I actually don't know. That's why this kind of event is very important. What I love about it is that we're all trying to share our information. I intend to pursue finding some of the players in this 9/11 Health Watch. And by the way, this involves the union people. It involves first responders, average people, and also the estates. The FOIA case is being filed by the estates of several people who died because of the dust inhalation. So in closing, let's see if I've got anything else to say. I think that's about it. I would just really encourage people, ask around. You're in New York. Many of you are going to be in New York tomorrow. Start spreading the word, try to reach out. And all of this information is on the web. So if you Google it, you'll find out who some of the players are that are trying to get the records. See if you can contact them. and ask them, has anybody else been denied their full medical records? Because quite possibly they would show that these people with lung disease got it from inhaling nanothermite. Could that be why the records are not being turned over? So the mystery continues. I look forward to your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. Now, Eric Law is supposed to be up next, but I don't know if he is on board yet.
Information about Christina, he just called me. He's trying to get in, but when he registers, it pops him back to registration. So he's concerned that he needs to know what email address you have for him as a panelist, because that may be blocking him.
I have the email address that you gave me, Barbara. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to.
I can tell you, but the only email address he uses now. Can you check to see if this is it?
Why don't you give it to me and I'll just send him, I guess, an invitation right now, because.
Barbara, can you not send him the attachment you gave all the panelists? The link.
I don't know what Christina is about to send him what he needs. I'm about to tell Christina the right email address for him. It's Eric, E-R-I.
No, hold on. Eric's getting in. I'm getting him in.
Oh, okay, fine.
While he's getting in, we have to leave for that movie, but I just wanted to share with everyone really quick. If you get a chance, please sign up for the 9/11communityhub.org. This is for the whole 9/11 truth movement. It's a way where everyone can be seen by any public or private information that you guys want available. Fill out as little or as much as you want. You can then filter by saying, I want to see everybody that's into street activism. It'll filter out those people. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. We have people from Hawaii clear over here into the Netherlands. So Afghanistan, we have Dan Hanley. So if you get a chance, again, 9/11communityhub.org. Thank you, Lawyers Committee. And we'll see you.
Jane, before you go, one of the attendees wanted to know where you were going to be tomorrow.
We are going to be at the corner of Church and Vesey, up at the top, or as Richard said, right outside of WTC 7. You will see us behind the post office somewhere.
Okay,
Jean,
thank you.
Jean, could you tell everybody again what that hashtag is if people take video of the plane banner?
Yes, if anybody sees any plane in the sky that says 9/11 truth, Aaron knows, do you? Hashtag would be hashtag 9/11 Aaron, 911 AARON. Thank you guys for everything. This is fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Good to see you, Eric.
Is Eric back? Is Eric in?
Yeah.
I'll get him
Okay,
up.
so
Hang on.
let's see here.
Hey, look at all that.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay, let's
We'll pin you in, Eric.
just spotlight you. Could you spotlight him, please?
Right here. Yeah.
Little technical details that our attendees have to suffer through, but it's wonderful to see you. A few years after 9/11, retired Seattle firefighter Eric Lawyer found himself confronted with what for him was incredible: the possibility that 9/11 investigators had been derelict in doing their jobs. To find out if it was true, he went right to the source, the 2001 NFPA 921 investigation guide for fire and explosions investigations. That's when he discovered that 9/11 investigators hadn't tested for explosive, even though all kinds of evidence, including videotape, witnesses, firefighters among them, and audio recordings, strongly suggested testing should be done. Even more shocking, the manual's exotic accelerants section said if you have melted steel or concrete, you must test for thermite. There was melted steel and concrete at the World Trade Center sites, but nothing was tested. Eric has since made it his mission to spread the word about the government's failure to adhere to its own national investigative standards after 9/11, especially among first responders, many of whom are still skeptical about the explosives angle. He founded Firefighters for 9/11 Truth and leads the Protecting All Protectors Alliance, a group whose mission is to make sure national standards are followed because first responders need accurate information to more effectively do their jobs. His presentation today is about, quote, waking up the brothers.
Thank you, Christina. Yeah, it's an honor to be here, and I can't believe we're at 22 years and still going at this. So, what would I say? I'm here more just to give updates. So, like you said in the introduction, I was an official story believer adamantly, and would get really angry with anyone who questioned it. And then there was a moment when I was able to see it from a different perspective. And once I did, it's like I couldn't not see it anymore. And I'm sure that's what a lot of the viewers here have had that experience. And like you said, it went straight to the source with the National Fire Protection Association, because I wanted to see if this investigation refused to test for, exotic accelerants, explosives, all the things that were reported to be happening that day. What did the national standards say? And the interesting thing is it was NIST, that was the National Institute on Standards and Technology. So if anybody's going to follow the national standards, you would think the institute that's based on national standards would do that. And they didn't. And they still refuse to do so today. So where I'm at now, over the last few years, I've had what would I say, a change in perspective a little bit, because it's clear that our institutions are corrupt. I'd say almost corrupt to the core. There's really not much we're getting, traction we're getting here. The evidence is overwhelming, yet the courts are still refusing to look at it and, hear it in a way that it deserves. So where I'm going is, we need to change as the people. So our institutions, our government is corrupt. It's not working. So we still have fires. We still have the dangers from these type of terrorist attacks. We need to learn, like if a high-rise concrete and steel building can come down due to, quote, fires. And right now there's a big problem in this country and around the world. England saw it with the Grenfell fire, because firefighters have mixed messages inside the fire service right now. Most firefighters still don't want to go into the 9/11 to look at the direct evidence. They're kind of buying the official story. And the problem is, when we go to respond to these high-rise fires, if people think they can just spontaneously collapse, which they never have before or since, but if they think that can just happen, firefighters are reluctant to go in. So in Grenfell, I've talked to someone that was there, and they said they were getting mixed messages. So command, basically, some were saying go in, it's safe. Some were saying no, we need to pull out. So these guys were scared and getting confusing information, which just added to the death toll. So this is impacting not just our politics and everything else. This is impacting fire safety around the world. So it needs to be, I'd say, it needs to be addressed, and clearly the government's not doing it. So we founded an organization called PAPA, which is Protecting All Protectors Alliance, to take a different approach. And the approach we're taking there is basically coming together as fire and architects, engineers, different professionals that have a stake in this, you could say. So the fire safety systems, the fire response, the fire tactics, all those types of things. And what we're looking at is, how do we change? First, how do we raise awareness? So the fact that so many fire professionals haven't looked at 9/11 in the way we're looking at it, that needs to change. So the last 2 years, we went to Boston 9/11 Truth Group to kind of catalyze this, invited us to go to the NFPA conference in Boston, which Richard Gage, myself, and Raul Angulo, a captain I worked with for years in Seattle Fire, who's now supporting this also, we all went together. We had a profound impact. We had several hundred people that had not really looked at 9/11, and we presented Tower 7. We didn't present it as 9/11. We presented, hey, here's a building, a 47-story building collapse that really has not been investigated. It needs to be investigated. And when we approached it from that perspective, people agreed. And just a second. And so we ended up meeting a lot of people that had high stakes in what happened on 9/11, some insurance company owners and different things that were giving us the thumbs up quietly, keep going, like we need this to come out. We went again, this just a few months ago in Vegas, same thing. Almost the same amount of people, new people. So we're having an impact. We're raising awareness inside the fire service and at the national level, which is a great thing. And we got a lot of positive feedback from some that are in, I'd say, positions of influence that said, yeah, we're with you. And there were others that were like, well, wait a second, we had mixed responses. But what I'm looking at is there really hasn't been, since 9/11, there really hasn't been proper fire investigations. It's kind of gone to the wayside. So in the past, when major incidents would happen, we would have a national, all the fire departments across the country, you have a high-rise fire, they're all looking to see what are the lessons learned? How did this happen? They use physical evidence. They follow national standards. That's not what happened. So what ended up happening was it was a criminal investigation. So where I'm going is we need enough fire professionals and we'll say disinterested third parties in a way that are not the government, that are able to investigate these things, get the real information out to the firefighters so they have the proper information to make new decisions on. So the fact, and I'll give you an example, since 9/11, the national standards for high-rise firefighting tactics basically has not changed. We still are set up the command post in the lobby. We still have staging, it's called, 2 floors below the fire floor. We're still doing the same things. If these things could really come down spontaneously, we need to change everything, and that hasn't happened. And Raul Angulo is the one, Captain Raul Angulo, he's the one who wrote the manual, Emergency Fire Company Operations for the NFPA. And when he did that, that's when he started researching more about firefighter or high-rise collapses. And he found there weren't any also. So he's taken it on himself. He's like, it's my duty to bring this forward because I put out information to firefighters across this country. That's the national standard. If this is bad information, we need to get to the bottom of it. So with PAPA, what we're doing is we're asking the NFPA to basically make it public, make it clear. Either A, we are following NIST findings on World Trade Center 7. We focus specifically on World Trade Center 7, the Solomon Brothers building. Either they are following the NIST investigation, and that means that if they do that, that means they need to change the national standards, but they haven't. So what that tells me is the NFPA knows, like wink, wink, that investigation is crap. So they're not making any changes based on that. But the fact is, firefighters are still seeing that. And so they don't know the politics going on behind the scenes. That needs to become visible so firefighters can go, oh, wow, even make a decision for themselves. Like there was no physical evidence. They didn't follow national standards, blah, 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 blah. And here's where NFPA is. So who are you going to listen to? And I'm going to choose what the NFPA is choosing is they still believe the high-rise buildings are not going to collapse due to fire. And that's what their national standards are reflecting. So to me, it's a awareness campaign. And it's also an invitation to how do we as private citizens in a way and private firefighters that aren't in a government position, how do we create a new type of investigation tool that can be trusted and get the information out to the brothers, because that's what's needed. And this whole 9/11 truth is great, and we still have this problem because they don't know. So that's kind of where Pop is at. And do you have any questions? I just don't want to keep going, but.
Well, there are going to be questions at the end of the all the presentations. There's one last presentation before you, but I wish you'd stay on and answer it because people like you, the difference between a lot of people and you as a presenter is the people you represent, their tushies are on the line here. Okay. I mean, literally their lives are on the line.
Yes.
And if I'm sure people might have some questions for you. So if you could bear with us and stay with us, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. So next up, we're just going to bring back Mick Harrison, litigation director for the Lawyers Committee, because he's going to talk about the second part of his presentation. So, Mick, go ahead. Take it away.
Christina. And thank you, Eric. One thing for Eric to be thinking about, since I'm about to give you a short version of maybe next steps and some options we're thinking about for still trying to get evidence in front of a grand jury, both on the demolition and the anthrax attacks. And as some of you have noticed, we've had some challenges in the court system getting the standing of our plaintiffs recognized. There is one group that I would like to think the courts would not be able to say don't have standing in bringing a lawsuit related to demolition evidence, and that would be firefighters, for the very reason Eric just explained and Christina noted, which is they're still at risk in terms of what's the truth and what's not the truth about building collapses, and they have to go into buildings with fires, unfortunately, on an ongoing basis. So I would like to think a court would recognize their standing. So we may have to talk about that, Eric, in the future. So to get closure on my presentation, first of all, I wanted to thank posthumously David Ray Griffin for all of his great contributions to the movement, and Dr. Graham McQueen for all of his great contributions to the movement, and also to thank Alan Reese posthumously for all his support for 9/11 truth events, technical support over the years. In terms of what we're thinking at the Lawyers Committee for next steps, we haven't made a decision yet, other than the case we just filed against the FBI under FOIA. We haven't made a decision yet on additional litigation. We're seriously considering additional litigation. Barbara gave you some significant hints, but we haven't made that decision yet. So I can't tell you actually what the next steps will be, but I can give you a feel for the options that we're giving some thought to and why we're thinking about them. And we still need, as always, your support for being able to pull those options off logistically, financially. Still looking for more attorneys to help us. So one of the options we're still thinking about for getting evidence in front of a grand jury is using the other part of the federal special grand jury statute that was not used the first time around in New York, and many of you may not be aware. That special grand jury statute, the same one that puts the duty on the U.S. attorney to report citizen evidence of crimes to a grand jury, it also says a judge can perform that task, meaning a judge can give a grand jury evidence of a crime directly without going through the U.S. attorney. So that is actually an option we're giving some thought to, whether both demolition evidence and the anthrax attacks evidence might be best presented to a judge, and asking the judge to exercise their authority under that statute to simply give the evidence to a grand jury directly by the judge. We're also considering the option of citizens doing this directly. We consider ourselves in that group of citizens that we might be able to hand evidence of demolition or evidence of the anthrax attacks directly to grand jurors. That's the case I mentioned to you before from the Southern District of New York. For those who like to check these things, I'm just going to give you the citation. United States versus Heicklen, Heicklen, 858 F sup, that's F period SUPP period 2nd, 256, Southern District of New York, 2012, decided on April 19th, 2012. I want to give you just one quote from the judge, who wrote a very, I thought, very articulate, very thoughtful opinion regarding a citizen who got arrested for handing information to a grand jury, and she quashed the indictment because she thought the arrest and prosecution went beyond the prohibition in the criminal statute. I'll read that law to you in just a second. Let me find the quote. Here's the quote from the judge in this case. Based upon the plain meaning of the text of 18 U.S.C. section 1504, which, by the way, is the criminal statute I'm referencing that appears to make it a crime to communicate with the grand jury, the judge goes on to say, reinforced by relevant judicial interpretations and the doctrine of constitutional avoidance, the court holds that a person violates the statute only when he knowingly attempts to influence the action or decision of a juror upon an issue or matter pending before that juror or pertaining to that juror's duties by means of written communications made in relation to a specific case pending before that juror, or in relation to a point in dispute between the parties before that juror. That's a key passage from that decision. My reading of that decision is that if the U.S. Attorney in New York has not given the Lawyers Committee's evidence of demolition to the grand jury yet, then that matter is not currently before the grand jury. And so it may be that any citizen could hand our petition and the evidence in it to a grand juror in New York and not be violating 18 U.S.C. 1504 because it's not a matter already before the grand jury. And we're giving some more thought to that, some careful thought to it. And you might want to do that too before you rush over to speak with the grand juror. But still, there appears to be a path there. And that's not surprising. There ought to be a path because historically citizens could communicate and did communicate with grand juries. And it's a strange concept to say that the First Amendment right to petition doesn't extend to every branch of government, in this case, the grand jury, which is a branch of government, although an independent one. So let me take a moment just to read you what all the fuss is about. This is the criminal statute that arguably could put any of us in jail for communicating with a grand juror, but arguably also doesn't apply to our situation. And what it says, this is 18 U.S.C. 1504, it says, whoever attempts to influence the action or decision of any grand or petite juror of any court of the United States upon any issue or matter pending before such a juror or before the jury of which he is a member or pertaining to his duties by writing or sending to him any written communication in relation to such issue or matter shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 6 months or both. And it ends with an interesting and important sentence. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit the communication of a request to appear before the grand jury. So you're not breaking the law if you simply communicate to a grand juror that you would like to appear and give testimony or evidence if you don't actually hand over the evidence yet. And if you're invited, you're not going to be committing a crime. But it appears from this decision I quoted that we may be able to give evidence directly to grand jurors, even if not invited, if the matter is not already before them. So having said that, the third option that we're still contemplating, I mentioned it before, there was a case that went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, brought by a lawyer, Jennifer Harbury, whose husband was murdered, perhaps not at the hands of the CIA, but with maybe some complicity by the CIA in Central America, and she was trying to save her husband first, and the information of his whereabouts and his status was being not only hid from her, she was being lied to by federal agencies. And unfortunately, she didn't find out his location or status until he had been killed. She brought a lawsuit, and she alleged that the government had engaged in a cover-up that had obstructed her ability to bring legal actions to enforce her rights regarding the torture and murder of her husband. And even though the Supreme Court didn't decide for her on technical procedural reasons, the Supreme Court recognized, as did the U.S. District Court, the U.S. Court of Appeals for D.C., that there is a right to sue against the federal government if the federal government engages in a cover-up that prevents you from exercising your other legal options for a remedy for harm done to you. So, for example, if family members of 9/11 or firefighters or first responders, anyone who's had a loss in their family or been injured themselves, was trying to get to the bottom of who was responsible, and that evidence was being withheld from them by the federal government, which does appear to be the case at the moment. We're still investigating issues of cover-up, so I'm not sure I'm ready to draw a firm conclusion, but there's a lot of reason to be concerned about it. If you can prove there was a cover-up that kept you from suing the real wrongdoers, if it turns out to be too late to sue the real wrongdoers, you can actually sue the federal government and get your money damages from them because their cover-up prevented you from accessing the courts and getting your remedy from the real wrongdoers. It's an option that it isn't just the lawyers community that should be giving that some thought. It's actually the family members and the first responders, all those who've actually been victimized, because that may be And there won't be a standing problem there because you're talking about folks who lost family members or were injured themselves, and you're suing for money damages. We're giving that some thought. Now, the last thing I wanted to note is that regarding the crime scene to courtroom film series that Richard is telling you about, the current episodes are focused on the demolition evidence, and that initially includes Building 7 and then goes on to the towers. And Richard, I know from having watched him, has done a great job of presenting a lot of that detailed evidence in a way that is sort of user-friendly for the public to understand, and it can be quite technical. I hope and plan, we'll see if my colleagues end up agreeing with me, that we can do additional episodes after those for the film series that will look at cover-up issues and look at the role of certain government officials and government agencies. So I think I will leave you with that thought. And if there's any time left, we can use that for a Q&A.
Okay. Well, dear attendees who have been waiting forever and a day, I'm sure it seems to them, although there's been a lot of fascinating stuff here. We come to your questions. And just a reminder, again, submit them by chat, clicking the chat icon at the bottom of the Zoom screen to open it. So, and let us know who you're addressing your question to. So, I have got to, some of us, I'm waiting for Jane to give me some of the questions.
Christina, I've given the chat, every question that's been submitted by a participant's been sent to the individual speakers on their chat. However, I can go ahead and
why don't you go ahead and field and give the questions since you already have them.
Okay, let me start from the beginning then.
Okay.
There's approximately 29, if we get to them all.
Well, I don't know if we'll get to all of them, but
okay. There's Mr. Joe Friendly wanted to make us aware that LV Services Inc. is a company that prepared the World Trade Center buildings for demolition, I guess in his opinion, like attaching cutting charges to the core beams about every 30 feet. Kyle Hentz has asked a question of Ted and Christina. I don't know if Ted is here, but the question is, can you talk about the parallels between 9/11 and COVID? I believe Richard Gage has got a talk on that on his website. So I would refer Mr. Hentz to that.
Yes.
And Jane, could I add something?
Sure.
So I think the Truth Action Project just did an event that was tape recorded, and I assume they'll post it if they haven't posted it already, where Richard actually went through in detail with his slides of the parallels between 9/11 and COVID. So you might, those interested might want to go to the Truth Action Project website for that.
Yes,
Okay,
it has been posted.
tap.org, is that correct?
I am not sure about that.
Truthactionproject.org, either that or tap.org.
Yeah. Okay, and then the second question by Mr. Hentz is, can you place the presidential campaign of RFK Jr., the political assassination of his father and uncle, and your push for truth about 9/11 in context?
Oh, Charlotte has raised her hand. Oh, you have not? First of all,
you're muted, Charlotte.
You're muted, Charlotte. You're muted. We can't hear you. Charlotte has something to say about it.
Oh, no, I was just saying that's a whole lot. I mean,
I think that's out of the purview of this particular event.
Well,
although it is an interesting question. Oh, you have something to say, Rick?
Well, I can't give a complete answer to the question, but I think there are a lot of folks who are looking at parallels to the JFK assassination and other events that have happened since leading up to 9/11, looking for connections and overlap, just like folks are looking at connections between 9/11 and events that happened after, such as COVID. It's a similar task. It's a similar investigatory analysis. I don't have an answer for you on it, but I do think it's a worthy inquiry.
I do have a response to that, Barb.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, for Jane can tell me, I stay at her place when I go to the JFK conferences in Dallas for the anniversaries. We'll be there again this November for the JFK assassination anniversary. For at least 4 years, I've given invited addresses on precisely that, the parallels between 9/11 and JFK. So if anyone would like to have my PowerPoints or the video, the links to the videos, if they're still up and they haven't been taken down, you could ask me for them at my email, which is bshonegg@gmail. That's bshonegg@gmail. I'll be happy to send it to you. Oh, you'd have to have the subject line JFK/9/11 videos, let's say, because I can put that in my search field. Otherwise, I will miss it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is from Maria Spike, and she said, have you named Marvin Bush as a person of interest?
I probably should start with that and caution everyone to try to not name names. We have submitted to the U.S. Attorney in New York a non-public version of our evidentiary petition on the demolition crimes, and some names were used in that non-public version, and I'm not going to say what names those were. It's a delicate matter to use a name and connect, even if you just call them a person of interest, regarding a crime of this type where 2,000 plus people were murdered. So ultimately, I hope we get to the publicly get to deal with the whodunit part. That is on our agenda, to do.
I just saw a question for you, Eric. So I thought, since you're here, we should ask. This person wants your thoughts on the Bankers Trust building that was much closer to the Twin Towers than World Trade 7 and sustained much greater damage than World Trade Center 7. And it didn't collapse despite a main column being severed, multiple long burning fires, and a 24-story high gash in its exterior. What do you think of that?
I think it just adds to the evidence that buildings don't collapse due to fire, even being pulverized by airplanes or other buildings. It just doesn't happen. So that speaks for itself. And for Tower 7 to just collapse into its own footprint with no resistance shows that that was controlled demolition. There's no other explanation. And the NFPA 921 speaks to that if you have to, before they can come to the cause of the fire, they have to find a fuel or an accelerant that meets all criteria, or all the damage that's seen has to meet that. So fire's never done that before and hasn't since. And only thing that has is explosives. So explosives are the only thing that should be, I shouldn't be the only thing being tested, but they should be tested. So there's no, it speaks for itself.
Charlotte?
Yeah. With regard to the bank, I'm wondering if this person, when he talks about the dash that in the Bankers Trust, right? Well, also you should consider the Deutsche Bank. That was directly opposite. I forget which tower it was, but it sustained a lot of damage with part of the tower just crashing onto it, and it had a huge gash in it. So just saying, maybe you're mixing up the banks, or maybe there were two incidents. I don't know, but I know for sure that happened. And the Deutsche Bank thing, it went on forever. I mean, people got really upset because it took so long to they had to dismantle it, if I understand. And I just wanted to add one other thing real quickly, which I forgot to say. This whole question of getting the records, it is very huge. That's what I was told by the journalist that wrote about, having the city had to come clean on the 9/11 files. This journalist told me that just with regard to the diseases, it's an enormous issue for many people.
Did you want to say something, Eric, about what she has separated?
Just say, my understanding is the Deutsche Bank and the trust is the same building.
Oh, okay. Well, it's an interesting concept, the whole idea of looking at how the other buildings fared, the ones that were closer and were actually directly hit or whatever. That's actually a very interesting idea. What else do you have for us, Jane?
Okay, Thomas Poles, P-O-E-L-S. Apologize if I didn't pronounce it correctly. He wants to know who are the parties involved in the lawsuits, and probably that's a question for Mick.
Yes, it depends on which lawsuits. The latest one, the new FOIA lawsuit against the FBI, the defendants would be the head of the FBI, Christopher Wray, and the Attorney General of the United States as head of the Department of Justice. That's Merrick Garland. DOJ being the department that contains the FBI. It's a longer answer for the prior litigation, but I can summarize the case I argued 2 days ago for the DC Circuit for architects and engineers. AE 911, the nonprofit, is a plaintiff. There are 10 individual architects and engineers who I won't try to name from memory, and there are 8 9/11 family members, all of whom are plaintiffs in that. And then in our prior lawyers committee suits, we've had family members such as Robert McIlvaine, and we've also had Richard Gage as co-plaintiffs and architects and engineers as co-plaintiffs, other family members, and some ground zero responders as well. And it would take a little while to go through all the names.
Okay. Okay, the next question is from Judy Young. She said, Ted Walters mentioned other events that are related to 9/11. Would Ted name those related events? The major related events are JFK, COVID, and supposedly wildfires and the whole Great Reset from the World Economic Forum. Are those the events that he means? Then James Corbett has done a lot of work on this. So,
well, unfortunately, Ted's not here. Ted's not here, so we can't.
Hang on a second, Christina. Sorry to interrupt. There may be a little confusion. I saw a lot of comments in the chat that said from Ted Walters with an S. I think Ted spells his name without an S. Ted Walter.
He does. He does spell his name.
I don't think those comments are from Ted. They're from somebody else.
No, but they're asking Ted, and
so
Ted
I'm
is
wondering.
not here.
Well, that's my question is whether the person asking the question wants to follow up on the comments, which weren't from Ted Walter, or they actually want to follow up with Ted Walter. I don't know the answer.
Well, why don't we move on, because there are a lot of other questions and
Okay.
Okay. The next question is, how can we hold the judges and other officials legally responsible for refusing to investigate or cover up these crimes responsible as accomplices?
Mick, that is your question.
Well, others may have opinions. Charlotte may want to weigh in. Jane maybe, I don't know, but it's a challenging question. There are rules of conduct for judges, just like there are rules of conduct for lawyers, ethical rules. And one can make a complaint against a judge. There is a body you can go to, the court that they set on, the chief judge or the administrative office for the Court of Appeals. You can file a complaint against a judge. You'd want to obviously do your homework and make sure you had a good basis. But that is one way to try to do it. There have been some lawsuits attempted against judges. I don't think many of those have had much success because of judicial immunity. Judges also have to take the same oath that us lawyers have to take to defend the Constitution. And, they could be publicly held accountable by some, I guess, investigative report that happens on occasion regarding Supreme Court justices. Apparently some of that's happened recently. So those are my immediate responses. Maybe other lawyers on the panel want to speak to that.
Charlotte?
Yeah, well, it is difficult. And one of the things I've learned is the higher up you go, the more difficult it is. In other words, the higher up in terms of the culprit. There is just, a very high level, oh boy, system at play. And we're aware of it, but we just keep prodding. We keep prodding. And one of the people who dealt with this, you probably all know, Vincent Bugliosi, in trying to unravel the criminal war in Iraq, and came up with some very imaginative ideas. One of which was, for instance, any state's attorney or any attorney general can prosecute an illegal war or a war. He actually said it was murder. He's charging George W. Bush with murder. It might be useful to read his book again, The Prosecution of George W. Bush for Murder. Very daring title. He's deceased now. He came and helped me when I ran that campaign to prosecute Bush. I was running for Attorney General. I have to add that Christine was very helpful in that. And I write about it in the book.
I was her hairdresser, okay?
It was great fun, actually. But when, we got great press when I announced, and then nothing,
it's interesting because you're the first, Eric, you're the first member of the tribe of firefighters and first responders who has actually talked about these investigations being criminal. You're the first person I've heard say that in that world. And I'm just curious to know, like, what your brothers who aren't buying this, how they're responding to this, and why is it that so many of them aren't buying it?
Well, that's a great question. The way we survive is by being a family and a brotherhood and trusting each other. So it's a blessing and a curse, I'd say. So when I first founded Firefighters for 9/11 Truth with the help of Richard and others, I was attacked by the FDNY and others. Even the chief of the FDNY would call my chief on a regular basis because I was dishonoring the brotherhood. So it's looked at as if you raise questions about this, you're dishonoring their name in a way, which to me is insane, because the true dishonoring is to pretend, to believe a lie and allow this to continue. Like, to honor them, the greatest thing would be to get to the truth and to make systemic changes so this never happens again. And calling it a criminal investigation, it's just clear. There's no doubt. Destruction of evidence is a federal crime. So there's nothing but a criminal investigation. And the more we try to pretend like it's not, we're lying to ourselves. So we just have to call it for what it is. And that's why, stand behind that. And I know many others who do too. It's a taboo topic still in the fire service because of the brotherhood.
Oh,
and I would add one thing. The closer the firefighters I've met, the closer they were to that or responded to 9/11, especially the FDNY, they lost so much. It's really hard for them to go there. And I've got a good friend that was a chief actually there during the drill that FEMA put on. So he ended up being one of the commanders on 9/11 from the Seattle Fire Department. And he said it to me best, and it's really what got me to back off pushing it on people. He said, Eric, we saw things that absolutely make no sense at all. I get that there's a lot of dark stuff that happened during this thing. He goes, but I lost so many of my brothers that day. Like, it just destroys me to go there. So like I know it's there, but I can't go there. And it's almost like that's the fire service. It's like it's this shock of like not letting that in, because if for me, and is my whole world blew apart when I let that in. And it's like, it changes everything. And I think collectively the fire service has a big fear. They don't want to believe that it's not what they were told.
So,
Boy, that's
Christina,
deep.
could I add a note there?
That's deep. Yeah.
So in terms of firefighters who have spoken out, I actually met with one of the folks who spoke out early 2 days ago because he came to watch the oral argument. He actually had a train delay, but I met with him afterwards, and that's Chris Joya, former fire commissioner from New York, who's still a firefighter in New York. And he has spoken out trying to get attention from, other firefighters to the problem, and has been very articulate in doing that. So I give him credit for being one of the first to break ground on that.
Well, it's such a hard thing to conceive that people can't wrap their minds around something because they're so traumatized, but that not wrapping their minds around it means that malfeasance continues, that actually threatens them and those that come up behind them. You know, the future firefighters. Wow. What else do we have, Janie?
Someone wants to know how to reach Jan Van Aken's website or contact. Is he here? I see him on.
He's not here.
Barbara, maybe she can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, there's Jan.
Okay.
Jan.
Okay. It's 1/1 September.
Wait, you're gonna have to say it again because there you popped out.
To your mic.
1/1 September.
Again.
Okay.
You have to speak to your microphone.
1/1 September.
1/1 September.eu.
Okay, 1/1 September.eu.
But September written in the Dutch way. So
September
ER.
in
September.
September, like a
Put it in the chat.
ER.
Okay.
So are we going to be putting down a 1/1 SEPTEMBER.EU?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Well, hello there.
Thank you.
How are
Thank
you?
you.
Okay, what else do you have?
Okay, we have a question here. How can we identify and hold all CIA and other Secret Service operatives and masterminds responsible for all these crimes in courts of law? Big
There's
question.
another piece of cake.
Build yourself a battering ram. Go ahead, Nick.
So
give me $10 million.
you need to start with evidence, hard evidence that
Yes.
incriminates the CIA person in question. That's a good start.
Okay.
Secrecy is probably the most difficult defense to get around regarding the CIA. If you get past that, because you've got in your hand some hard evidence, there probably are legal vehicles for suing folks in the CIA if they actually committed a crime, engaged in misconduct. You probably cannot sue them for just like doing their job on national security, but if they committed a crime, they probably are capable of being sued. There is, in that regard, one thing I'll bring to your attention. The Department of Justice has an established written policy. I think it came from the president at the time. It's been a few years back. That essentially directs U.S. attorneys and DOJ folks to not invoke the state secrets privilege for the purpose of covering up crimes or embarrassing moments for the government. It's worded a little differently than I said, but that's the gist of it. So theoretically, the DOJ would not try to defend someone from an intelligence agency that actually committed a crime on the basis of state secrets, but it gets complicated. And there have been cases where, legitimate lawsuits, particularly for like harmed health from some misconduct at a secret facility, got thrown out of court because of state secrets. So I can't say it's a surefire, path to success, but I wouldn't give up on it. It really depends on the case and what kind of evidence you have.
I want to ask Eric something because it struck me. Shyam Sander, who presented the findings, NIST's findings from their investigation, he kept saying they came up with 3 hypotheses, and then they whittled it down to 1. And I wonder if you had scrutinized the NFPA 921 enough to say whether or not that is a legitimate point of departure for an investigation.
No, not at all. The NFPA 921 is very clear that they should have tested for exotic accelerants. And they refused to. They refused to acknowledge all the first responder, firefighters, and police officers and others, witnesses to those explosions. So if we'd done the same, to put it in perspective on a routine house fire, if we suspect even the slightest use of an accelerant, we're going to test for it. So for them to refuse to do that and then say we have an hypothesis, it's crap, because you know they could have tested and you know basically removed any shadow of a doubt on this, and they refused to. So it's just semantics and playing a game, like, because most people don't understand how a fire investigation works. It's really uncommon to not find the source of the fire and not have an idea of what brought this down. So on something like this, with so much physical evidence that was left, you know, and all the video and everything else, this investigation, if it was done properly, would have come to the same conclusion that we're coming to.
So Mick, does that mean that if you compared what they did, what he admitted, Shyam Sanders admitted the way they conducted their investigation, if you compared that to the NFPA 921 investigation guide, could you come up with a fraud, waste, and abuse case?
Probably, and I think the gentleman you're speaking of is Shyam Sunder.
Yeah, Sander, no Sanders, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. The more likely legal vehicle would probably be arbitrary and capricious agency action under the Administrative Procedures Act. If you showed that the departure from the firefighters, you know, guidance was knowing and intentional, whoever made those decisions to knowingly depart from proper procedures might have liability under some other laws, including maybe fraud laws. If they're government officials, it might be also considered an abuse of authority. Normally, the waste, fraud, and abuse thing only comes into play in a whistleblower lawsuit where there's been retaliation against someone, and then that's actually the defense that the whistleblower was disclosing waste, fraud, or abuse. If you actually want to prosecute waste, fraud, and abuse, you'll need to find a criminal statute, unless you're harmed by it, in which case you would have to find a civil right to sue. I mentioned a couple.
Is that an avenue for firefighters?
Which one? A civil lawsuit or a criminal prosecution?
Criminal both.
Well, I think both are. On the criminal side, they would have to go through the pathways we've been trying and the pathway we're about to try, which we talked about. On the civil side, if firefighters have suffered, you know, injury themselves or to a family member, they would have a right to sue anyone who contributed to that. The question would be, because I think we're talking now about cover-up, you know, the immediate cover-up of evidence and destruction of evidence after the attacks. You know, what harm has come from that cover-up? Well, that gets you back to the Jennifer Harbury type of case. If the cover-up's, you know, keeping you from suing the wrongdoers who actually caused the injury, the folks who did the cover-up can be sued. It would be, I'd have to do some research on that, because it's essentially obstructing your right to access the courts. And
I don't understand why these firefighters aren't like class action suiting up the yin yang, because they're dying like flies, they're suffering, it's terrible.
I think Eric has given part of an answer to that. It's a psychological thing. But they could. And I think as more folks become aware in the firefighter community, you may see that happen. And you also may see it from more family members than you've seen already.
Yes, Charlotte?
Yeah, Francis Schur, who I believe is a psychologist, has written up an analysis about why it is that people cannot see the truth. She's yeah, I don't know where we could find it, but isn't that so? I remember stumbling across it.
It's at Colorado 9/11.
Eric talking about the trauma of seeing all this and therefore not being able to wrap your mind around the fact that this is part of some, you know, major conspiracy and so on, where essentially you have to recognize after you've been involved in this horror trying to save people's lives that actually you and the people you were trying to save were cockroaches, you know, and expendable people in pursuit of some bigger agenda, you know, and that's really hard that's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard to wrap your mind around.
I like to say something. In 2016, when we first had our first conference in New York, I met a lady that was a survivor of one of the towers, and she was afraid to even tell me her name. And after I talked to her for a while, I realized she was in such trauma still. And
Yeah.
this is 15 years later, that she was afraid people were following her.
Oh,
She
wow.
was traumatized. You know, New York is so traumatized so deeply that it's very hard to face it and to deal and to function at all. So I can understand what Eric is saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. So do you have any more questions there for us?
Yes.
I have a comment, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Going back to the idea, how do we hold the judges accountable or the prosecutors? And I mean, there are ethical duties. I'm just going to read from the Code of Professional Conduct for lawyers and Rule 8.4 called misconduct. I'll read part of it. It is a professional misconduct for a lawyer to engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice, engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, or for a lawyer to commit a criminal act that reflects adversely on the lawyer's honesty. And then it is knowingly assists a judge or judicial officer in conduct that is a violation of applicable rules of judicial conduct. I mean, there is that ethical obligation, and then there's the reality. And with the case in New York District Court that then went to Second Circuit and ultimately the U.S. Supreme Court, I mean, the judge, the prosecutors, I'm sure we spelled out the law, and as Mick has stated, the judicial authorities came to the wrong conclusion. But don't you agree?
Well, did they come to the wrong conclusion, or did they come to a conclusion that entailed engaging in malpractice? I mean, that's the question. Just the wrong conclusion doesn't really explain whether it was a conclusion that was corrupt.
Yeah. Right. Well, Mick could address that, and I might add, I am currently engaged in a massive lawyer malpractice case. They're not easy. They're not easy, but I'm glad someone raised that. I wish there were a way to hold them accountable, because they know damn well what the law is, and they're not proceeding accordingly. What do you say, Mick?
Well, it's
you might also want to
it's
name
not easy, and it is complicated. And in our cases, I do agree with Charlotte that the judges reached the wrong conclusions. Some of the errors were more blatant than others. Some were more hard to explain as honest mistakes than others, but it depends on the case and depends on the error, whether you've got judicial misconduct or simply a mistake. We did have, I'll give just one quick example. In our case against the FBI on the 9/11 Review Commission, when we got to the appellate level, the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C., we had a 3-judge panel. One of the members of the panel happened to be D.C. Circuit Judge Merrick Garland, who then became shortly thereafter Attorney General of the United States, where he currently works. But he was on our panel at the time our case against the Department of Justice was being considered. And so we didn't realize that till late in the game. But during the processing of our appeal, it went from having oral argument scheduled to oral argument taken off the calendar and not being allowed. And that decision appears to have been made while Judge Garland was still on the panel on a case that was suing his soon-to-be employer, the Department of Justice. So we had an ethical concern about that, and we asked for a disclosure from Judge Garland and the Court of Appeals as to when Judge Garland knew he was under consideration to become Attorney General while he was serving on our panel, and they refused to give us any disclosure. So
what about Judge Walker? Do you have anything to say about him?
Well, only the obvious, that he is a member of the the family that's connected to the Bush family, the Walker Bush clan, and he
He's
probably
first
could have
cousins to George Bush.
you could say that. Under the federal judicial recusal statute, I think Judge Walker probably could have recused himself without any controversy. The standard is basically, could members of the public reasonably question impartiality? It's not whether you're actually biased as a judge, it's whether the public could reasonably question whether you might be partial or impartial. And so, but Judge Walker did not recuse himself and actually wrote the decision against us. So that's all I'll say about that at the moment.
Eric, are you actually pursuing any legal action against anybody through your organizations?
No, we're not.
So you're right now you're on the informing the public campaign, or informing your tribe campaign to get.
Yeah, the way to get through to this, it's with more time, people are more willing to look at this again, as the emotions die down a little bit. And then, like with what I shared with Papa, that's where we're having, I'd say, the biggest impact, because it's the fire professionals themselves. So we need to get this seated in the fire, like the general public going to the firefighters and telling them about it doesn't have really much of an effect. But the firefighters themselves, if they're telling each other, that's a big thing. And we've had several, influencers in the fire service that are asking the questions, but others that have come out, and I forget, Bobby Halton was the chief. He's dead now. He died soon after this, but he wrote a opinion, and it was something about snake oil. But he called out the federal government, and he's told firefighters, we got to start looking at this. He didn't name 9/11. He stopped short of that, but he's like, we're being lied to. And if, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, there's shame on me. And it was that kind of article. So those types of things coming to firefighters slowly, I think, is what's going to open their hearts and minds more to this.
What do you think the timeline is? People are going to die.
I've got more questions, Christina.
Okay.
This one is probably something for Eric to listen to. It's a little bit long, but it says, can you speak about the 16 survivors of World Trade Center 1, 14 inside stairwell B, and 2 nearby? They were crushed by debris or burned by thermite or death from explosions, and they all said that there was barely any rubble above them. And one of the survivors, the famous 9/11 surfer Pasquale Bazzelli, fell from the 22nd and landed near the 7th floor, a fall of 15 floors, yet he also survived. And what are your thoughts on this and how they survived? I don't know if that is something you can answer or not.
I don't know much about those. I know Lucky Ladder 6, they survived in a stairwell also. I'd just be speculating, if I was to say how they survived. It's acts of nature and acts of God. I've seen things where nobody should have survived and they did, and other times nobody should have died and they died. So to me, it's just speculating.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
I got one more.
All right, go ahead.
Have you yet interviewed the then head of the House Intelligence Subcommittee on Anthrax, Gary Condit? He's still alive. Maybe Barbara could answer that.
That's a good question. Barbara, does she want to speak to that?
She's not.
Is Barbara still with us?
No.
Maybe
well,
not. I don't think we have as a lawyers committee per se. But that's an interesting.
That's a very interesting idea for the lawyers committee, is it not?
Yeah, we have, by the way, I didn't mention this. I should have. Our petition we gave to the U.S. Attorney, we gave a version of it to Congress as well. It's still sitting with Congress. And that particular line of inquiry might help us get some movement in Congress. So I appreciate the question.
We only have 7 minutes left.
I have a quickie,
Charlotte,
for Eric. Well, Eric, a lot of your fellow firefighters undoubtedly have COPD. Am I right about that?
Oh, the ones from New York? Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. I don't know the numbers, but yeah, there's a lot of lung issues.
A lot of lung issues. So, and you're in touch with some of them, correct?
Not so many from New York anymore, but yeah,
Well,
not directly anymore.
again, that goes to my effort to try to find if they were able to get all their medical records. I don't even, I'm in the very, as I said, I'm in the very beginning of this investigation. But when the writer in the Salon piece, his name was Bob Henley, he told me that it's such a massive issue. He's aware that so many people are upset. And so I was thinking you might be a person who could check with some of your fellow firefighters and see if they got appropriate medical records.
For a potential lawsuit you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, this guy told me it was like the tip of the iceberg. I haven't begun chipping away, but here's one way of chipping. I'm going to you and of course the participants in this seminar.
Yeah. I mean, look, we don't have very much time left, and I just want to give each of you panelists who are still here a chance to make a final comment. Eric?
What would I say? Keep going. Don't ever quit on this. And I think the big thing for me is that coming from the heart, like the greatest way to honor all those who lost their lives and are continuing to lose their lives, because all these wars are in the name of 9/11, even though it's not said every day. If we continue to fight and do all the things we're doing, that's the dishonoring. This is inviting us to come together as a humanity in a whole new way. And that's where I think sometimes when we get on this justice thing, we get lost in that. And it's like, to me, it's just like, for me to honor the brothers is to come from my heart and help change the system so 9/11 never happens again, not by punishing people, but by changing the system so we don't give away our power like we have.
Mick?
Well, I think, first of all, I appreciate everyone's efforts and contributions on this event, and I hope everyone persists in fighting for transparency and accountability on 9/11. It is 22 years, but perpetrators are still out there. Same is true for the anthrax attacks. And we have ongoing events which raise similar questions, more recent events, which may or may not involve some of the same perpetrators. So that, the past of 9/11 still matters, because it can happen again even by the same perpetrators if we don't get to the bottom of it.
Charlotte?
I'm thinking about Richard Gage's film that he showed at the very beginning. And not only the crashing down of the towers, but then it showed the wall of people looking for their loved ones. I mean, that brought me to tears. And we shouldn't forget it. That's what I keep thinking about, the families that have suffered so much from this. We can't forget them. And I think, if we keep trying, the truth will eventually come out, and there will be justice. I think we all feel that way. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think that.
Well, I want to thank the panelists for their work. I think you are inspirations to all of us. I know this work is very hard. Sometimes you feel like you're knocking your head against a brick wall, and it's particularly hard, I think, in your case, Eric, where people that you love, members of your tribe that you're trying to save in one way and trying to, get them, are not hearing. It's like you're in a glass box trying to tell them, listen to me. I'm trying to save your life and save the lives of those who come after us. And Mick is the litigation director extraordinaire. This man, if you want to read a petition that sounds like a whodunit, look at the anthrax petition. It is absolutely fascinating and devastating in equal measure. And this is the work that he does requires constant attention to detail on various fronts, and also constantly fighting against. It must be hard to be a lawyer in a system where the laws are beautiful. They're beautiful. They tell you what should be, and they're just not followed. And just by dint of brute power, you are constantly pushed back, and yet you get up and you fight again. And so, for that, I'm sure you have the deepest respect of everybody who knows about your work. Charlotte, you've been in the trenches for 1,000,000 years. I know this.
So have you,
And,
Christina.
Well, I guess it's getting to that point,
Look,
isn't
someone
it?
said-
We're all getting older than dirt.
Someone said that, yeah, you should show your book. I mean, you've done amazing work. You're
Well,
somebody said
today
you're too modest.
Today is not about me. Today really is about the lawyers committee and about the panelists and what they have been doing on this specific issue. And it's really, I mean, it's already been, we're 22 years in now, 22 years. And yet people still keep going. And that's how greatness happens. That's how things get changed. You just don't stop no matter what, So again, you have my deepest respect, all of you. You are an inspiration to all of us. And thank you to the attendees for being here, for listening, for your questions. We are grateful to each and every one of you. This brings this wonderful event to an end. Farewell to all, and see you next year.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina.
Yes, thank you, Christina.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye.